the race on the start, but you can definitely lose it if you get a bad one. But coming up from behind can definitely be a struggle sometimes.
I agree with you. Yeah, the key to the start is stay in the hunt.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Don't let yourself be so pokey off the start that you're climbing an uphill battle. Just stay in the hunt, make it close, and then when you settle, you're in position. Ithaca's winning the start, though. They have, looks like, a third of a length and are moving the boat pretty well. Let's see if we can tell who's having the higher stroke rate. Looks like they're pretty much catching together. You watch the blades go in the water. They go in together. That means an equal stroke rate. Yeah, no one's rowing about the equal stroke rate, and it's favoring Ithaca right now. That bridge, the pedestrian bridge, is about 350 meters into the course. So as they pass that checkerboard building on the right-hand side, that's a quarter down. And racing conditions seem okay. They got a brisk wind, but it's from behind, so the water level is flat. And I don't see any real issues on either boats. And Ithaca's, it looks like they have almost about a length lead for the first 500 meters.
Always a great place to be early in the race, and this is looking quick.
I have a couple of memories of these second 500s, and if something's going to change, there'll usually be a response from the trailing crew. They don't want to wait too long, and of course after they go under the second bridge, which is just about the halfway mark, they just might be toasted at that point. So it's second 500 where the athletes have to commit to the race. Now they're tired. The start has made them tired. They're huffing and puffing, and it's that second 500 where they make a commitment to the rest of the piece. If they're down mentally, they could fade. Ithaca's got open water here now, and they're taking charge. But one of my favorite races was watching an RIT Ithaca race years ago, and we were just before a massive rainstorm, and RIT had taken a significant lead, but Ithaca had the inside of the turn, the lane on the left-hand side, and the second half of the race turned around. We went through a huge thunderous downpour, and could hardly see, but they kept racing because if they were going to cancel the race, they were on their way to the docks anyway, and Ithaca was able to pull that one out with a comeback.
Yeah, it's always great managing conditions in this tough weather. You know, rain or shine, we race, we row.
Yep.
That's the Tigers in the lane 2. They have the inside of this turn through the bridges here, and then it's going to even out a little bit later on, close to 1,500, when the Bombers will have the inside coming out past Lookout Point.
You could see going on the bridge, though, Ithaca's got a comfortable lead. So at this stage, the expectation is Ithaca's going to be able to hang on. They probably have a length of open. I'm sorry we don't have the drone footage today. That made those races last week really exciting to watch. And we might have drone footage when the rain stops. But if it's raining, the drones aren't going to operate. So we're following, of course, from the referee's launch right behind the races, and we're getting a good look at the RIT crew who's rowing together and staying in it in lane 2, but Ithaca's pulling further away. And so this is a race that Ithaca's going to take care of unless they have any calamities. Going under that next bridge, it's about 750 meters to go. It's 1,250 gone, 750 to go. Riley, you've been in this situation in these third 500s, and a zillion things are going through your mind while you're rowing. It just the fatigue is there. You're thinking about your position in the race, how the boat feels, but most of all, you're just fighting off the fatigue.
Yeah, third 500 is probably the hardest place to be in some of these races. You're pushing through, and it's not quite that point where you know the finish line's coming up. So it's really fighting off that burn in the legs, trying to hold on to whatever boat might be ahead or behind you. And it looks like Rochester's doing a great job. RIT's doing a great job. Yeah, staying in it and just making sure they're still catching together and trying to hang on.
I just remember that the overwhelming thought was you'd cross the halfway mark, and at home, all the Ithaca rowers know where it is. They know almost how many strokes to the race. But on visiting courses, when you're on the road, you're not quite as familiar with the course. And if the coxswain tells you, okay, we've just hit 1,000, you're like, are you kidding? We only done half? We still got to do the second half? It feels like we've been out here forever if it's that challenging a race. And you got to over the third 500, when you cross that middle line, you got to overcome that overwhelming desire to let up, to back off. Ithaca's not doing that. They almost have rowed themselves out of sight, and they have a comfortable lead.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. And as we come out past Lookout Point, the water's opening up, as you can see, so we're getting a little bit more exposed to the conditions out here. The wind's still coming up from the south, but we might see a little bit more chop and a little bit more variability in these conditions as we open up.
I love that shot with the Ithaca blades, because when they square the blades, you saw the blue stripes on their blades appear, and then they go into the water. And that was going together, and so it's a good row for Ithaca, a comfortable victory here. The finish line is up ahead with the inlet turns up there, so they've got about 25 strokes to go to the finish for Ithaca, and should not be a problem with the outcome.
Yeah, it looks like 2 to 3 boat lengths. Looking good out there.
Early season, a lot of things can change down the road. RIT has won a Liberty League title several years ago before Ithaca got into the league, and have a good history, and this has been a good rivalry. But today it's Ithaca's day.
Oh, yeah. It's always great to see our Liberty League opponents here on our home course, and it's always a pleasure to race them later on in the season. That first week of May, competing for the Liberty League championship title.
It looks like, it just doesn't look like it's raining hard, but I can't tell for sure. But a lot of relief for the support staff and the officials and the coaches getting the first race of the day done, because this is a big day with a bunch of races, and trying to run them in terrible weather conditions can be a real stretch. The athletes doing a great job, though. So what they're dealing with, they get soaked, but they hardly notice it once they get into the race. They might notice water sloshing around in the bottom of the boat, but nothing else. The rain has never really been a factor for rowing athletes. They just march right through it. Wind is, but with the wind behind them, they're benefiting from that.
Oh, yeah. I've always loved rowing in some rainy conditions like this. It makes the warm-up not quite as fun because you're wet and you're cold out there, but as soon as you get in the race, having that water pouring down on you comes to be a bit of relief and kind of distracts from the burn in the legs.
I think that's a great point about how it's, crummy for the warm-up, but when you're actually racing, it cools you off and you're just focused on the race. So Ithaca with a victory in that opening race. This is the varsity women's 8. So they improved to 3-0, I think, because they had a couple of victories against Hamilton and William Smith last week. The next race down the course, William Smith is back, but they're racing the other two visiting crews. They raced Ithaca last week. Those two will not meet again today. They'll meet later in Liberty League Championships. But the next race is William Smith varsity women against the University of Rochester. And so this is rivalry weekend, you might say, with the U of R, RIT, and William Smith and Ithaca all getting together.
Oh, yeah, and down here at the boathouse, we also have our senior day. And in that women's first varsity 8, we have seniors Zoe Paradis-Stern, Maggie Farber, Ashley Bailey, Lily Bagpop, Caroline Hoskins, and fifth-year grad student Emma Hamill. So big day for them, being their last official day of racing on the Inlet and pulling out a win in the first varsity.
For sure, veteran crew. Yeah, good point. They got a lot of people been rowing before, and then you can expect a good performance from a veteran crew. They showed it last week. When they came from behind to beat William Smith, which was a really close race all the way down. They got our name switched there, but we can live with that. That's good. We can figure that one out. Most people can. So they're mellowing out on the water, and the weather can't be that bad if they're willing to sit there and stay there that long. They're not freezing and not wiped out too much, so that they're kind of recovering before they turn around and paddle to the dock. They will race again later on. RIT will line up against William Smith, and Ithaca will line up against the University of Rochester a couple hours from now, and they'll be the second session of today's races. We're expecting to have about 20 races, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe 25 races, and they should be 10 minutes apart.
Oh, yeah, we got a lot of racing on the docket today. That Ithaca-Rochester race in the women's varsity 8 is going to be coming up at 2:40, and then the RIT boat will race again against William Smith at 2:50. So always great to get a few in on a Saturday.
You could see that overhead shot before. The water's still really low in the inlet. The overhead shots are great, so that means they had a drone. They had a drone out there. The rain must be letting up. They weren't going to let the drone cameras go in the rainy weather. And for those of you who watched last week, that's great watching from the drone. And you see, every step of the way who's ahead. But the other thing you see is the inlet. And for those of you who rode on the inlet, the alumni and people who rode years ago, it's just a great view watching crews go down the inlet. It's got to spark the memories. All right, this is the University of Rochester and William Smith. And last week, William Smith and Ithaca had a dandy race. They were side by side. No one could take a seat. It was very tough to call. And Ithaca just started gradually to pull away with only about 350, 400 meters to go, and it was still relatively close. Ithaca looked like they had taken charge, and William Smith crabbed, bringing their boat to a stop. Now here's a start here. William Smith, the white boat, in the upper lane, closer lane than the dark-colored boat is the University of Rochester.
And it looks like the boats are fairly close together coming off the line here, which might mean we're set up for some nice close racing today.
So that's the William Smith crew. It's their 2V boats. I think we're rowing green boats, but this Varsity 8's got a white boat with a little green line on its stern deck. The white blades, haven't painted them. They might be new oars, haven't been painted with the green yet. And there's the drone is out. This is good news. This is good news. Means the rain, for the most part, is let up, and we're getting drone footage, and you can see the two boats approaching the pedestrian bridge. The pedestrian bridge has only been up 2 years. Great spot, vantage point for the beginning of the race, and then if you're on a bike, you just slide right into that trail and follow all the way along. Lane 2 has a lead from this view. You can see that pretty clearly. William Smith has moved out on the University of Rochester.
Yeah, it looks like they got 3 or 4 seats moving through that 350. As a rower, I can say I love having the pedestrian bridge in and more markers on the race course to kind of get some indicators of how far through the race you are is awesome. And as Coach Dan here was saying, it's great being on the home course, being able to see those landmarks and knowing how far through the race you are is a huge advantage.
Did you ever feel rowing under the bridge, including the bridge that's always been there, you feel like those 3 or 4 strokes that it takes to get under the bridge, the boat's perfectly set, everything, you're in a tunnel, it's like, wow, we rowed really well, but it's quite an illusion. But yeah, I think there's no doubt that rowers like to go under bridges. Coxswains might have a different opinion. They might say keep bridges.
Oh yeah, especially with the turns on this course. Some of those bridges, you get kind of close to whacking some oars on the side. But going under those bridges, it's real silent. You can hear the blades or the oars rather moving in the oar locks all together, and it's really a wonderful thing to hear that and experience that silence and bit of calm in quite a battle of the race as you go under some of them.
Yeah, now it's clear that William Smith has been moving out since the start. They look like the superior crew. They've just hit about 650 meters here, and they have open water. So another race might look similar to what the previous race was. William Smith looking like a stronger crew. Long way to go, and U of R has a nice rhythm. They're going okay. Let's see if we can tell. Let's see. U of R catch. William Smith catch. 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 Catch, catch, catch. I think I'm going to say U of R is rowing maybe a stroke higher and still not able to hang on. It's a really powerful performance by William Smith. That race last week, William Smith lost a tough one, but that's going to make him better. And U of R, I'm not sure if they raced last week. I know there was some racing going on. RIT raced at Skidmore and Vassar and Bryn Mawr last week, but I'm not sure if U of R, this could be their first race.
Yeah, and our viewers might notice that Rochester boat right there, the oars look a little bit different than we might usually see. They're rowing what's called a bucket rig. Bucket rigs are real helpful to give you some freedom in the lineup, putting people together in different areas of the boats. I believe it allows for a little bit more mechanical efficiency in reducing wobble. So bucket rigs are fun. We rode one last year on the men's side for the IRA championship, and it's always great to see boats coming out with some interesting riggings.
Yeah, the bucket being the 2 and 3 seat oars on the same side. So rather than alternating oars through the boat, you got 2 boats next to each other. And that's a close-up view. Now that's the University of Rochester in the dark boat. And they got a pretty good rhythm. They're doing all right. Just might not be as powerful or getting as much run as William Smith. Hard to tell from these distance shots. We're not going to be able to pinpoint to you why one boat's better than the other. That's going to be tricky to call. Without watching them or with a close-up shot. But both boats very competent moving down the course. This is William Smith's race. They have better than a boat length of open water. In fact, probably 2 boat lengths of open water. And that margin right now is expanding between 10 and 15 seconds. So that highway bridge there, 750 meters to go. So neither of these races have been very dramatic in the second half, but it's early season racing. And especially if it's your first 2K of the year, well, even if it's your second, you're pretty tired at this stage and still trying to find out where you can go to the next race and make improvement on your pieces, where you need to deliver more effort solidify what your tactics are going to be. But these two crews rowing good lines. There's the inlet again, and that at that point now is going to be 500 to go. The lead boat, William Smith, is going through the buoys right now at 500 to go. Will be interesting to get times. We know that Ithaca and William Smith were close last week, so after these two races, we'll have times to compare with the stake boats, pretty precise starting points. But on a windy day, the wind is never steady. It goes up to, and there's gusts. And so you could have variations in the times. Nobody takes times real seriously, but it gives you an idea. It's kind of a fun measuring stick to see how things are going.
Yeah, conditions always change, but it's great to get those comparisons. And I believe both of these crews are going to be some teams that the Bombers will see again at the Liberty League Championship, hoping to get that automatic qualifier for the National Championship coming up later.
Yep, no doubt. Those white markers there on the right-hand side, and old rowers won't know about those, but on these times when the inlet is really low, those markers were put in to mark a sandbar. We call it the island now, and to keep motorboats and things. You don't go between the markers, and you stay away from them. Now, the water will get high enough later in April, early May. It'll be back up to level, and you could probably row anywhere you want. But right now, that's the water being as low as it is, you stay away from those white markers. Yeah,
real low water on the course out there. Usually we got a couple more feet, and makes the boats we take out a little bit different, trying to keep our skegs intact and our hulls free of any scrapes or dings right now.
If you watched last week, they had the 3-boat races, and when there's a 3-boat race, you can't have boats cycling down to the starting line. Here you can see the boats in lane 1 who's cycling down to the starting line. They stop to wait, let boats race by, and then we'll continue. And so we'll have all 2-boat races today, and should go off generally every 10 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like we have William Smith coming through the line right there, maybe with 4 or 5 boat lengths. So good win for William Smith, taking a commanding lead over U of R.
That looks like about a 20-second margin. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah, I'd be curious to see how that time's compared with the first heat. Great drone shots, though, that you can see the finish line. And again, the evidence of the low water. Look at the muddy banks up on the upper part of the screen on the right-hand side. Usually the water's right up to the bank. All right, we have a men's varsity race on the starting line, and they'll keep running them in these 10-minute intervals, one right after the other. Ithaca and RIT, the all-white boat in the middle. That's Ithaca. RIT with the orange. The women were wearing black, but it's black and orange are their colors. Got the orange jerseys in lane 3, the near boat.
Results from those earlier races are starting to come in. We had Ithaca with the women's varsity race came in with a 651.83, and RIT from that women's varsity race had a 718.36, so a solid lead for the Bombers there. This is the men's first varsity 8. I want to give a special shout out to junior Bryce Williston, who is sitting in 6th seat of the Ithaca first varsity. He was just named in IRCA coach's athlete watch list, so he's an athlete to watch for the season this year. He's had a great season, and he's doing a great job leading that first varsity through some good races early on in the year.
Last week when we watched this race, it was from the launch camera, and doesn't give you as good a view. And I was hoping to get the good shots of the men's racing, but they were always kind of in the distance. It's about the best we could do. Ithaca's clearly won the start here.
RIT looks like they're laying down some fast stroke rates, though. They're not letting the Bombers walk away by any means.
A little too much splash in that RIT boat. I'd like to see a little less splashing, but they are certainly aggressive. Ithaca seems to have gotten the half a boat here in the first 250 meters.
Yeah, but they're not walking away easy by any means. RIT's putting up a good fight, and it'll be interesting to see how this race plays out. Another shout-out to Caroline Grass, another senior in this boat today on senior day. She's our coxswain, leading the Bombers down the course, doing a great job this season.
I just have some great memories of rivals with RIT. And, I mentioned before that race in the storm and the curtain of rain that we had to row through. Well, there's a good look. Ithaca has cleanly won the first quarter, the first 500 meters by a boat length, and now they have a little open water. We had a great race at RIT at UVAR in 2018, and we'd prepared for them because they had come to Ithaca and sprinted to beat us right at the end. So we were really set up, and we had a tactic, a plan in the middle of the race. We wanted to take charge, and we did. We rode through them, through the middle, from behind. 500 meters to go, we had almost a length lead, and we had worked really hard. I swear, those guys from RIT with 30 strokes to go, that's like they flicked a switch. And it's the next 5 strokes, you know, oh, we're not going to hold the lead. They're going to go right by us. They went right by us. They won. And I was still scratching my head. And that was just 2018, a year when RIT had some big guys. But we've had so many races along those lines.
Yeah, it's always great seeing some close racing. Looks like
this is not close. Yeah, Ithaca's doing a job.
Ithaca's doing a great job opening up about a boat length of open water, and I know the guys in that boat were hungry to get some good racing and open up the gates and really lay one down this morning. It looks like our sophomore stroke seat Reese Peloton in the first varsity for the Bombers is laying down a nice sustainable rhythm as they try to open up that gap on RIT.
RIT had to deal with that bridge abutment, and that was close. I'll tell you a story about the bridge abutments a little later. But right now, I think Ithaca too has been very aggressive from the start, and they're rowing a slightly higher rating, and it's paying off. The only way that could burn you is if in the second half of the race you start to run out of gas. So we'll look for that. But right now, that's a 2 length of open water lead, 3 lengths, probably a 12-second margin right now, and Ithaca is doing a great job against RIT. RIT, we had back and forth. Since the pandemic, they've struggled a little bit. They haven't been able to keep up, but we keep racing them, and they're a team to respect, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, it's always great racing RIT, and we love seeing them again at the Liberty League Championship. Ever since Hobart left and reclassed the Division I, the Liberty League has really opened up with St. Lawrence winning last year, or 2 years ago, and the Bombers winning their first Liberty League title last year. But it looks like it's going to be hotly contested this year with Skidmore, RIT, and St. Lawrence putting together some real solid lineups to compete for that Liberty League Championship and the automatic qualifier to the IRA National Championship.
So I'm watching we got a good view of the RIT boat, and I'm watching them. And their spacing is marginal. So they got to get a little bit more boat run to get those 8 catches clear of the puddles from the previous row. And you can see the catches from the stroke and 7 landing on the bow pair puddles edge. Boy, you want to get off those edges. So they can pick up some efficiency, and as they get more races under their belt, they'll get better at that and get a little bit more boat run out of their strokes. Ithaca with this is looking like the third race today where it's just decided with 500 to go.
Oh, yeah, and that Ithaca First Varsity 8 is especially young this year. Oldest people in the boat are going to be senior Caroline Grass and junior Bryce Williston. Aside from those two, the boat is chock full of freshmen and sophomores. So a lot of room to grow this season and a lot of room to grow over the next couple of years. That's
an exciting thing for IC. Riley, I was noticing last week, I mean, unfortunately, you're out with a cast on your hand. You hope to make a comeback by Liberty Leagues. And last week, Wes Hoagland, a veteran rower, has been held back by back issues. And then Jonah was unavailable. Jonah Elefantis, the other senior, he would be in the 2V. He was unavailable. There's 3 prominent seniors. It's kind of a young team as it is, but then 3 seniors sat out last week. It's something to look forward to. I think Ithaca's got a good chances for improvement as the season wears on.
Oh, yeah. These young guys are doing a great job stepping up to the plate and really laying one down today. As you see, the Bombers have opened up might be a 3 or 4 length gap on RIT as we approach what might be coming towards the last couple hundred meters of the race.
That's a good look at the RIT crew, and they're rowing together. I mean, they're still popping it along. I tell you, when there's a tailwind, it's easy to motivate to really put out a great effort start to finish. The headwind races, which are 30 seconds slower, and if you fall behind, you feel like the wind is against you. The wind starts pushing you, and you think everybody's coming to a stop. But this is a tailwind day, so we should see a pretty decent time. The Ithaca varsity should be close to 6 flat.
Oh, yeah. I know breaking that 6 flat barrier has been a benchmark for the Ithaca First Varsity that we've been pushing for a while. And the guys in that boat were real hungry to break that barrier today. And We're hoping that the tailwind gives them that time. We have times coming in from our previous race as RIT. Sweet. So we're about to see some graphics and results from our first two races as we get those times coming in. It looks like RIT crossed the line as we finish that first varsity race.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the difference in times for the varsity women. There you go, Ithaca with a 6:51, and then RIT with a 7:18. So you'd mentioned that earlier. I think it's comparable. I mean, relatively so with what William Smith and U of R are going to put out there.
Yeah, it looks like conditions have been relatively consistent with the wind out there.
Definitely tailwind.
Definitely a tailwind.
Yep.
They're showing that we have 17 mile per hour consistent winds and gusts up to 42 out there right now. Looks like we have the results from that second race, the second women's varsity 8 race with William Smith coming in at almost a 7 flat and University of Rochester about 26 seconds behind them with a 7:26. So some solid times out there. Assuming conditions were consistent, it looks like if we're using that benchmark comparison, the Bombers have about an 8-second open gap on William Smith. But anything could happen when those boats go head to head.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. You shouldn't take those times at face value. It's just fun speculation and certainly a confidence builder for the Bombers that they knew for the second week in a row they rode a faster time. But it'll be irrelevant when they line up again later in the year. That's completely irrelevant. So this afternoon's race. RIT and they'll swap, so Ithaca races University of Rochester and William Smith will race RIT, and you would expect going into those races that William Smith and Ithaca would be the favorites, and it's up to the U of R and RIT to see if they can make adjustments and try to make improvement. But yeah, every crew just goes out there and tries to roll a little better, roll a little faster time, pick a part of the race that they can focus on and maybe win that segment of the race with a couple seats, get a positive feeling for next week.
Most definitely. And reversing race results throughout the season is not something that's uncommon whatsoever. I know that the Bombers on the men's side have reversed results with Hamilton throughout the season, I think about 2 years in a row now in the spring. Maybe we beat them early and they beat us later or vice versa. So with some of these close crews, it's always a back and forth throughout the year.
Good to have rivalries. Good to have rivals because you can get up for them. And, and I've been pointing that out, that Ithaca RIT men's rivalry was just spectacular for about 10 years, between 2010 2020. More 1 and 2 second races, flipped results. I was on a bicycle biking through a rainstorm when Ithaca put on a comeback once. I didn't even see the comeback. Couldn't even imagine how it happened, but just one of those things. But RIT's had Ithaca's number on numerous occasions.
Most definitely, and we're getting results in from that men's first varsity race. It looks like the Bombers, the Ithaca men's first varsity 8, put down a 6:12.55, and the RIT first varsity 8 on the men's side put up a 6:36.06. So just barely a 24-second gap, which is relatively similar to this past weekend, the gap that I believe Skidmore put over RIT. So it looks like the Liberty League Conference Championship. Really early on to say anything, really early to speculate, but I think all we can say is it's going to be close this year as we see some of the Liberty League rivals putting results together.
Yeah, that's right. Skidmore raced RIT last weekend, so that's a time to watch. Athletes, though, Riley, don't look at those times too much. You start mailing in. You go to the bookies and put big money down, and you're like, look at these times. We're going to handle them. You'd be sorry.
Yeah, you can't say anything. Can't make any judgments too early on. But it's always fun to see how the rest of the programs are doing out there. And sometimes we guess a little bit too much. But as an athlete, it gets you amped up, gets you excited to race these programs.
If you're a sports fan, you're looking at the results every day. You're looking at the times. You're speculating. Heck, most sports fans filled out a bracket for the college basketball before the bracket started. One of the things too is that you see is that the strengths and weaknesses of certain crews. Generally, the best crews are going to win, but tailwinds, headwinds, things of that nature can impact the way a crew rows. Some crew might be better in a tailwind than a headwind. Some crew might, everybody's better in flat water. But there's some little details. The best crews are going to come to the top, and particularly what happens towards the end of the season. Crews have filled out their 2,000-meter race, a weakness that they show early in the year, whether it's in the sprint, the start, something in the middle. At the end of the season, they figure that stuff out, and they have a more complete race start to finish, particularly if they're a crew that expects to compete on a high level. They've used the season to improve on their 2K pieces.
Lots of identity factors there. And, we always talk about how we handle conditions, and I think that's a big piece of that. There are some crews that practice in these tough conditions and are always out there in the rough stuff, so they tend to fare really well. But then when it comes to flat water, that might be completely different. So something to keep an eye on, but, don't place any money down on anything yet. We have Marietta and Williams lining up for the start of the men's first varsity 8, and this should be an exciting one. In the IRCA preseason coaches polls, Williams was ranked first overall, and Marietta was ranked 6th. So it'll be a fun one to watch. We got some high competing crews out there lining up for a good solid race.
Yeah, it looks like Marietta late to the line possibly. I don't know if that's they're coming from the left. And a little bit slow getting to the line. That's all right. So this is an anticipated race because Marietta venturing into the Northeast is a big deal for them. And they realized in Division III rowing they have to get into the Northeast to face the best Division III boats. Believe me, that Ithaca's a draw, but Williams is a huge draw for Marietta and vice versa. And Ithaca was happy to host them and get them together. Ithaca will race Williams later. The only reason why Ithaca's not racing Marietta today, because Marietta's making another Northeast trip in a few weeks, and Ithaca will see them at the starting line then. So today, Marietta will race Williams and RIT. Ithaca will race Williams and RIT, doing their rivalry race with RIT and having Williams. But, yeah, these two crews are a match, and I'm sure both coaches are thinking to themselves, I'd love to race that other opponent. The Williams coach wants to race Marietta. The Marietta coach wants to race Williams to see where they stand. So this is going to be a good view of that today.
Yeah, two really high-performing crews out here that have laid down some great times throughout the season. Or I shouldn't say throughout the season, throughout the year. This is Williams' first race of the season. Always real honored to have them come up. And it's great that we're their home opener this year.
Williams was here 2 years ago. You might remember. Yep, they were here 2 years ago. And then they were here once, about 2010. And I think that's it. Whereas Ithaca used to travel to Williams, Lake Onota, and Pittsville on a regular basis. I've probably been out there a dozen times. But it was really tough to get those New England crews to venture into central New York, a long way away from everybody. But I can tell you, the coaches and the athletes are real happy to see Williams here, and what a great team year after year, one of the best.
Yeah, it looks like
Division III, trendsetter.
Oh yeah, those NESCAC schools are real quick, and Williams leading them in the polls right now. Coming off the line real quick, looks like Williams taking a few seats in the first couple strokes, right off the line.
That's a little deceptive with the angle, so that it pop out a bit, and it always looks like that lane 3 gets a break, but we'll see better here. See if who's going to win the start on this one. And right now, it's you can just get a view from this drone shot. We're a little bit far away still, but the boat on the left, that would be Williams, and they've won the start. It looks like they've got about a third of a length off the start, and let's see what Marietta can do to match it. The checkerboard pattern, very unique oar pattern.
Coming through that 350, it looks like we still have contact with Williams maintaining that 3 or 4 seat lead. As it opens up, it looks like we might have some contact between the bow seat of our Marietta boat and what might be 7 or 8 of that Williams boat right there. Williams just coming back from a 9-day spring break training trip in Clemson. So getting back on the water and back into the rhythm of things. That was their first time on the water since October, that 9-day training trip of theirs out in South Carolina. And it looks like they've made great use of their time down there, as looks like we're seeing some open water start to open up. Let's see if Marietta can hang on it and close that gap.
Yeah, they just hit 500 to go, and Williams has a length, and so we haven't seen a race yet where the leaders didn't have at least a length at the first quarter. And catch, 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 catch. And Marietta is rowing a couple beats higher than Williams and cannot keep up. So we're seeing the number one crew laying something down here. They've got a point to make. That you know, a couple years ago when they were on their way to their first Division III IRA championship, they just started 3 years ago. Williams back-to-back weeks recorded times down in Worcester in the 540s, and I thought that just put me away to see 540s because Ithaca has never rode 540s, and to have times like that just told me that these guys have really stepped up the game. Coach Mark Mandel has put out a great product. So they got a length of open almost going at the bridge, and the bridge there is about 900 meters into the race. There'll be a little turn advantage, slight turn. It's 2 seats from lane to lane. So, but that's going to be tough to make up. Now you watch Marietta; they're pretty sharp. They're clean, not making a lot of splash. Blades are level. They just may not have the horsepower that Williams has.
Yeah, and it looks like both boats are clearing puddles here, getting that clearance, making sure their oars are landing out of the puddles from the stroke before. And Williams definitely laying claim to that name as a championship contending boat as they open up what looks to be a boat length of open water on Marietta. But it looks like Marietta is hanging on. You can see stroke seat straining hard in that shot for each stroke. They're putting up a good fight.
I love that you mentioned that spacing. We talked about it with RAT earlier, and Marietta has a little bit more. They're getting a little clearance past the last set of puddles. You can't see it with this shot, but the drone shot was great for showing it, but still not keeping up. You know, we saw Hobart last week and just control the races. And then we're seeing a top of the line. Hobart, of course, declared Division I, so they're not in that Division III poll, but they would be a great match with Williams. Yep, Williams has been stretching out now. It's more than a length of open. It's probably close to a 10-second interval right now.
Definitely, and looking through some of our interview questions that we had with Marietta head coach Greg Murray, he's talking about lineups have been very fluid this season with even members of their first varsity 8 switching sides, which is something that's great to hear about rowers and athletes being adaptable. It's never easy to go from port to starboard as an athlete. Last time I made that transition, I think I was in high school, and it takes a little bit to get used to it, feeling with the outside hand and the squaring hand being different. So yeah, seeing a great piece out here. Really excited and interested to see the times that both of these crews are laying down.
That side switching, that when we started our rowing year in September, I used to spend the first 3 weeks having guys switch sides all the time. Just get back to rowing, go back and forth, see what they're more comfortable with, find out what they want to do. Part of it, though, was thinking long terms, like if I ever have to switch somebody, I got guys that can do it. And what I discovered is some guys do it in a blink, no problem. Other guys can never figure it out. It's like doing something right-handed all your life, and then suddenly you have to do it left-handed. And so you had to figure out which guys who were fluid, and then the other guys that just weren't good at it. And by the springtime, you could make lineups. You're better off if you have a handful of guys that can roll both sides equally well, and they're willing. That's the other part. They just got to be. Yeah, coach, put me in. I can do that the other side. Others, they lose their confidence. You don't want a rower without confidence out there.
Yeah, we're going to toss it to Carly, our shoreline reporter, for the weather. Some updates about that, as it looks like Marietta and Williams are coming through the last couple hundred meters of the race.
Hey you guys, I'm Carly Kurger, your shoreline reporter, back again this weekend for a lovely rowing race once again here on the Cayuga Inlet. I'm so happy to be here. The weather's finally clearing up. It was a little bit rainy earlier, but it's looking like it's a beautiful day for some of the races. I'm going to be doing some interviews with some athletes. I'm looking forward to it coming up.
Thank you, Carly. Great to hear some updates on the weather. You saw the RIT and Ithaca first varsity boats coming off the dock there. Hopefully headed in, get some warm clothes on and get ready for the second set of racing, which the varsity 8s have coming up in our second session. It looks like the men's first varsity 8s will be racing at 3 and 3:10. That'll be Williams and Ithaca at 3 and Marietta and RIT at 3:10. Looks like this is the women's second varsity 8 coming down the line with Ithaca in lane 2. That's going to be the lane to your left, and the RIT women's second varsity 8 in lane 3 over to your right. And we've talked about sometimes the angles can be a little bit deceiving at times, but it looks like the women's second varsity 8 has taken a little bit of a lead off the line, maybe about half a boat as we come through what might be the first 100 or so meters of the race. It looks like they're opening up that lead as we start to see the Ithaca second varsity 8 start to take some open water. Not even at 500 yet, so pretty consistent with our results through the rest of the day. Seeing the leading boats start to open up some big gaps before we even get to 500.
They're pretty much rowing stroke for stroke. They hit 350 down, and Ithaca already has open water. It looks like they're about stroke for stroke. Ithaca just gets more boat run. They get that boat to go further. And the two things involved, they either have more horsepower, which is possible. They get stronger athletes, or they are rowing more efficiently. And the way they put the blades in, get them out, and use their bodies to let the boat run underneath them. That's all the technique they practice day after day after day. They're just running a little bit more efficiently that way. Can't tell, really in one race what the strength is, but those are the factors that make the boat go for sure.
Definitely, and we're seeing the rain start to die down here. Should be a little bit of a slight drizzle out there, but hopefully it'll cool down for the rest of the day. Conditions for the winds seem to be relatively similar according to our forecast. About 18-mile-per-hour winds coming up out of the south, so a south wind, so that'll mean it'll be a tailwind on the course coming up from behind the boats, giving a little bit extra speed as the boats square up, maybe using those oars a bit like sails, trying to catch a little bit of wind. Yeah, it looks like some good racing out there as the bombers have opened roughly a boat length, maybe a boat length and a half as we near the 1,000-meter mark of the race after these bridges.
Ithaca's got a great course. I mean, this is a lousy day of weather, but the canal is protected, and generally you can row. I mean, that very rarely have I seen wind postpone a race on the canal. It's maybe happened one out of 200 times. Got a few memories of that, but I'll save those for momentarily. And then when the wind's out of the south, that just kind of pushes the boats out. It's always easier to race in tailwind, even if you have white caps or in rough water. It helps the crews progress to the line, so they're going to have easier time getting the races off and completed. It's the headwinds that can sink boats, and if you got waves crashing against the boats in the opposite direction, you have some problems. Yeah,
that headwind would mean, if we had one today, that it'd be a lot harder to push through. It'd make the races a little longer, it's always tough to push through a headwind, but it means a little bit more stability. This tailwind means that the boats are going to be going a little bit faster through the line, but sometimes it can shake the boats up a little, meaning they're a little bit less stable.
Ithaca had some steering problems. Now, that's a steering mistake. You can see the Ithaca boat is lost its direction, and they're pointing off center, and they're going to have to correct to come back into the middle lane. That's an unusual error. The coxswain was probably getting comfortable, and it wasn't maintaining their direction. The coxswain's having big time troubles.
Yeah, it looks
and
like
it makes me think equipment.
Yeah,
that's a real problem.
I wonder if we've
they're digging the oars in. She's lost her steering. She may have hit something, and it's going to be problematic.
Yeah, it looks like they're out of their lane. So
this is going to be interesting, and they got to get past this abutment, and then they could probably do okay serpentining down the course. But they threw off the RIT boat. Oh dear, that's a shame, and it's not good for either boat. See, RIT now has a chance to win the race, but they're not going to feel like that was a real race for them. Look at that. We're seeing something that's very unusual, and it is clear the coxswain is sticking her arm in the water to act as a rudder. You can see the resistance, and suddenly you got a close race. But I don't see how Ithaca is going to be able to stay ahead. RIT has caught up to them, and if they keep their composure, should be able to win. Ithaca fighting. Yeah, you can see that the coxswain sticks her arm in the water to provide the resistance to help steer the boat, because the rudder underneath her seat, if it hit a piece of driftwood or anything, it could have broken off, and she does not have steering.
Yeah, the resiliency of these crews and ingenuity of the coxswain to stick her arm out. That's first year Kaylin Morandi, who's taken some creative approaches to get her crew back in the race and try to get them a solid finish. It looks like RIT is starting to overtake Ithaca, but this Ithaca boat is not giving up easy. They are in this race. They're sticking through it. You can see their stroke rates start to pick up as they start to try to take a runner back on RIT and see if they can stick in this race.
The last 500 is more open water. Now RIT has to stay in their lane. They can't get carried away. They can't drift to the left and get in the way of Ithaca. And right now, they're kind of in the way.
Yeah, it looks
this
like
is really something else. You know, we were worried about, the races were one side, and now we got as much entertainment as you can have. Ithaca was a faster boat early, and is trying to hold the steering. RIT had distractions. You got Ithaca careening in front of them, and they did a nice job of getting around without collision, without any issues. Now they're settling in, and RIT has kept their composure to win a race that was presented to them. So good for them. And Ithaca's not given up. Ithaca is not given up, not over yet.
Yeah, the resiliency of the...
Boy, Riley, you can adjust. You'd be going crazy in these last 300 meters trying to make something happen.
No doubt. You can see the women in this boat are really pulling hard to try to push this out and working hard to try to come across that line. Great resiliency from the women in the Ithaca boat trying to come across that. You can see they're working hard. They're picking up that stroke rate, and the coxswain is using her arm to try to adjust as RIT tries to capitalize on the situation and come across. We're coming through the last couple hundred meters, and it looks like RIT might have this one, but, spring racing early on, anything could happen.
It's just something. Every time the coxswain puts her arm in the water, it really slows the boat down. But she's got to do it because otherwise she crashes into shore or has not got the ability to straighten it out. Like when you put the boats together, there's an assumption that the two sides row equally. All right, it shouldn't steer, but it just doesn't happen that way. When you got the wind, you got the elements, everything else. Even if they're balanced without a rudder, the boat's going all over the place. And it's possible the rudder is still attached, but it's to the bottom of the boat, but is not controlled, so it spins around and creates problems. That's going to be officially a win for RIT as they passed Ithaca. Ithaca had that large lead, lost their steering. RIT takes over. I tip my hat to both crews to fight it out at the end. RIT did not have an easy time overtaking them because Ithaca was zigzagging across the course in front of them. And, that was something, and it's quite a surprise. And it's good for Ithaca. Ithaca will get a chance to race again. They'll race U of R later this afternoon, and if they put together a good race, they can feel a little better about that. But that was quite something. There are the times, and no doubt Williams breaking 6. That's the men's varsity 8. That's a good time. Ithaca does have stake boats, and that means a precise starting line, and unless they had better headwinds than in the previous race, they look like they're the fastest crew here today.
Yeah, Williams is doing a great job living up to that championship contending name, and some really impressive times from both crews, 6:06 and 5:57. We talk a lot about some benchmark times in the rowing world, and being able to lay down a sub-6 time on a 2K course in a varsity 8 is something that's becoming the standard for some of the IRA competing championship winning boats. Looking through some of the times that have won the IRA national championship at the D3 level past couple of years, crews need to start pushing those sub-6 times if they want to be in contention for some medals, and it looks like Williams is doing just that.
Yeah, the times will get better. Those championship times are in the 540s. I talked about that earlier. And sometimes we have a whole home season. We're always talking about breaking 6, and we'll have an entire home season, 2, 3, or 4 races, and won't have one with a decent day like today. Usually it's headwind, and you think about breaking 6, and you can't even break 620 because of the winds blowing out of the north. But Williams broke 6 today, so that's hats off to them.
Yeah, and it's all about crews managing these conditions, whether it be the the tailwind coming through the course, the rain, or in situations like we just had with that women's second varsity 8, managing conditions that include some low water and potential for some skeg losses. So again, great job for the resiliency for both of those women's second varsity 8s, making the best of the situations they were in the women's Ithaca 8, trying to finish through that line with a lost skeg, and the RIT boat capitalizing on that situation and pulling out a win.
Yeah, we had 2 weeks in a row where a significant race is impacted by a mishap. Well, there we have the start for the William Smith and Rochester second varsities. William Smith's lane 2, so the boat on the left. They're wearing the white jerseys. They both have green boats, though. Rochester's boat might be a little more blue. Yeah, green boat for William Smith, a bluish boat for the University of Rochester. And William Smith is winning the start. You can see that pulling right out. Let's see if they can hold on to it. Right-hand lane is lane 3. Left-hand lane is lane 2. And boats on the left side of the inlet, the boats might race past them there on their way to the start. That's the recirculation lane. And this is as big as a margin this early as we've seen. Very aggressive row by the William Smith 2v8. Now last week, they and Ithaca had a barn burner of a race that Ithaca was able to outlast them. We know from last week that William Smith can row that first 1,000 very aggressively and very strong. And they're just ahead of where the University of Rochester is in the stage of development right now.
Yeah, William Smith really taking off, opening up 2 boat lengths as we approach 500 meters into the race. We're going to see the Rochester women's second varsity 8 race Ithaca again at 3:20, and then that William Smith boat that's taking off down the course race that RIT women's second varsity 8 that just won the last race again at 3:30. So some more racing opportunities for all of these boats we've seen in the past couple races. But William Smith really taking off, pushing down the course. It looks like they're getting significantly more clearance, maybe than Rochester. Might be a little closer than I had noticed earlier. But yeah, really moving efficiently, getting oars in together and taking off down the course.
We had a race a few years ago. It was actually a Cornell regatta, and it was the biggest regatta we'd had here in 15 years. They had 8 visiting teams. So they had 9 crews, and they set up so that they had 3 referees and 9 crews. They'd all go down to the start, and 3 would start, and referee would follow, then 3, then 3. Then they'd shuffle them up, and they'd come back again, 2 hours later and race again, different lineups. And they'd run 3 boats at a time. And, of course, you can't have boats warming up when there's a 3-boat race. But that was also a day where the weather was like today, and a wicked north wind, a headwind. And when the headwind's blowing from the finish line towards the start, it can make white caps on the last 500 meters where the inlet opens. The other problem they had is they'd had heavy rains, so there was flow in the inlet. So the inlet current is going south to north on your screen, bottom to top. The headwind's blowing the opposite direction. And you get to the third 500, you had these big rolling, they look like boat wakes, these big rolling waves, current versus headwind. And they got a couple races off, but then they just ran into big time trouble. And they had a race where, back-to-back races where boats sank, took on water and capsized in the last 500 meters of the race. They were fishing athletes out of the water with the chase launches. And one of the referees that's out there today, he was here that day, and he still talks about it. And it was just a calamity from trying to do something in bad weather. But the other thing was, I think both us at Ithaca and at Cornell, we learned our lesson. 9 crews for our inlet was too many. You can max out maybe at 6, and 2 boat races are much better than 3 boat races because you can keep things moving without a chance of collision. So anyways, that was quite a story. And that was the one time Cornell experimented with trying to host a large regatta on our canal. great place to race, and Riley, you know this. It's for the athletes. Our canal is a great place to race. You're so close to the opponent. It's a straight line, and with all the little markers along the course, you know exactly where you are in the race, and it really is a great place. Great for spectating, great for seeing, and but you can't have a big regatta.
Exactly, and I think a lot about all the different race courses we've had, and there are some great race courses like Saratoga Springs. Their course has 5 or 6 lanes across. It's real open, real wide, not as protected from conditions. I've always enjoyed how up close and personal you can get here on the Cayuga Inlet with these other boats that you duel against, and I really love the small turns you have. It evens out at the end of the 2K course, but having that advantage, especially if you're in lane 2 and you have that advantage on the second turn, or if you're in lane 3 and you have that advantage coming out past Lookout Point, is always a big boost to the crews to know you get something at one point in the race and you give something else later on. So a little bit more strategy involved, especially on the mental side from some of these coxswains trying to hype up their rowers.
This is a tough course to coxswain. They know where they are in the course. They know where they're supposed to go, but there's buoys to avoid, bridge abutments to avoid, shorelines on either side to avoid. Rowing, you really learn to go in a straight line. I think coxswains appreciate it, but I know I've talked to a lot of frightened coxswains when they're here for the first time trying to deal with the narrow conditions. But you mentioned Saratoga. Championship races do 6 lanes, so they can have a full, and the 6 lanes make for great racing, but also those courses are exposed to winds, and sometimes you can have postponements, cancellations. The Ithaca Inlet holding up all right. This race has been one-sided from the beginning. William Smith 2v8, outstanding job taking control of the race. The U of R 2v8, maybe a little bit more at the development stage, and working on it for the longer-term goals.
Yeah, and we talk a lot about those conditions as we kind of open up past Lookout Point. I have some really fond memories my freshman year of Coach Dan took us out one time. It was some roaring wind, and we had some huge rollers that were even pushing the launch around, but we still got out there and tried to do it, and I think we probably spent about 30 minutes out there before we called it because of the conditions. But it's always a great time trying to get out there, trying to make the most of the opportunity, and work through the rough stuff. And I think that really makes crews stronger, getting out there in some tough winds and pushing through hard conditions. It makes, even though we don't have horrible conditions here today, the crews that can get out there and withstand the tough headwinds, they can withstand the rollers, they can make it through some nasty chop, tend to fare really well during race days when conditions are tough, because really anything could happen on race day. We've raced in rain, we've raced in snow, we've raced in sun, and we send boats out there just as we talked about sometimes when the weather gets so bad that boats have sunk before. So crews making the most out of conditions, even though it's relatively flat, whether it be the rain, the tailwind, or some low water.
There's the finish line, 2v8, William Smith comfortably ahead. U of R, more beginners in that boat, but they're going to finish up coming into sight very shortly.
We're getting results in from that women's second varsity 8 between Ithaca and RIT. RIT winning that race with a 7:39.57 and Ithaca with a 7:49.15. Getting those results up on the graphic right in front of you. And we're going to get some results in from this second varsity 8. Again, conditions can change between the races, but see some comparison, and both of these crews will race each other later on in the day.
Ithaca, now that Ithaca boat had that side-by-side race with William Smith last week. We just saw William Smith. So you're not going to be able to compare times too well with that, because last week was the close. Those two boats are just closely contested, but the times today are probably going to be really in favor of William Smith. This is the men's race 2V, correct?
Yeah, looks like we're seeing
Ithaca and RIT, yeah.
Yeah, Ithaca and RIT with the men's second varsity 8 lining up over there. We have a senior coxswain, Miles Keniston, in the second varsity 8 right now. Another senior, Griffin Hunt. Griffin Hunt is in the second varsity 8. I believe, I'm looking at my lineups right now, he is in the engine room today. Griffin Hunt's in 5 seat, and we have graduate student Wes Hoagland in 6 seat of that second varsity 8, along with senior Jonah Elefantis in 3 seats. So a lot of seniors and graduates in the engine room today, pushing that boat down the line, coxed by Miles Keniston, doing a great job. It looks like relatively close here off the line, but Ithaca looks like it might have a few seats up on RIT.
That's more seniors in their second varsity boat than in the first varsity for Ithaca's young men's team. You mentioned Jonah and Wes, and they didn't race last week, so it's good to see them back on the water, hopefully getting Ithaca in the right direction. Ithaca has an advantage. Okay, they won the start, but RIT's kind of holding off at this point. It's probably 4 or 5 seats. Ithaca might be creeping, and they'll get to that 350 mark under that pedestrian bridge. And yeah, Ithaca has a half length.
Regardless of the margins in the first varsity 8 the past couple of years, the RIT Ithaca second varsity 8 races have always been close, whether it be on the home course or whether it be at Liberty Leagues. RIT has always put up a really competitive second varsity 8, and I believe last year at Liberty Leagues it was a real close finish between Ithaca and RIT for that second varsity 8 race, and you can see the RIT boat setting an aggressive rhythm here. Let's see if we can take a look and figure out who might be stroking a little bit faster.
But that's a length lead for Ithaca. The Bombers have worked through that first 500.
Looks like the Bombers might be a touch faster than RIT potentially on the stroke rate there. And it looks like we're getting some solid clearance out of puddles in both boats.
Yeah, Ithaca's rowing a little higher. Yep, and they've got open water.
That's stroke seat Nico Greenberg, a sophomore. He's new to the stroke seat position, and he's really embracing it. He's doing a great job here as we head down the course. Looks like we're past 500 at this point.
Yeah. We're at 750. That cross channel is 750. Yep. And Ithaca, it looked in the first 400 that RIT was more aggressive, and they're not efficient right now. So that Ithaca's put on a fair amount just in the last 30 strokes.
Yeah, RIT has settled into a base pace that might be a little bit less aggressive than Ithaca. Let's see if Ithaca can hold it up for the rest of the race. It looks like they have about a boat length and a half, so RIT is really going to need to pull one out in the back half if they want to win this one.
Yeah, and they're wiggling with their steering a little bit, not getting off course, but just kind of going left and right in little adjustments. The good coxswains can lock that rudder in. They know what their boat does, and they get that rudder to go nice, sharp, straight lines.
Now, Miles Keniston here is a veteran of this course.
Yeah, you would guess that Miles has been down this course a number of times, so that's going to be an advantage for him.
And, in that second lane that RIT is, or that's the lane 3 that RIT is in, my bad, that side channel can always pose a bit of a challenge when the water lines are higher and there's a little bit more of a current. But I'd imagine that today there's probably not much current coming out of that side channel.
It's going to come but it shouldn't be today. That's right. It's rained hard this morning, and that'll mean current tonight and tomorrow morning. But the current doesn't come right away. It takes a while to come down the hills and get itself going. But that heavy rains we're getting this morning, that's going to be something that you're looking for, because the inlet level should go up tomorrow and should have some current coming from the south and the streams start flowing. Shouldn't have that right now, though.
Looks like we're coming past the midpoint of the race at this point, well past the midpoint. We're maybe about 12:50 in.
Yep.
As the Bombers have opened up to about a 3 boat length gap here, doing a great job laying down an aggressive rhythm, and RIT is certainly still fighting through.
Yeah, Ithaca's seems to have some fight in them here. That the margin here is bigger than what that first 350 might have indicated. It looked like the start that RIT would be able to hang in there, but they're splashing a little bit more early in the race, and now they may just still a developmental crew. Still when you get to the second varsities and third varsities, you have more freshmen, more developmental athletes, maybe novice athletes, and they're not going to hold up as well over a guy that's been rowing for a long time. And we already mentioned there's some senior ability in that Ithaca 2v8. So in fact, it'll be interesting to see if the Ithaca can be within 10 seconds of its varsity, which would be a good margin to beat.
Most definitely, yeah. It's early on in the season. Crews are still developing, and that Ithaca second varsity 8 has a huge advantage having some older guys in it. Yeah, well past 1,500 at this point, nearing the past couple hundred meters of the race, and it looks like the Bombers have opened one up on this.
We had a race with RIT once. We used to tell the referees, because there's buoys, right, 500 to go, to make sure crew stayed in their lane, because if they went one lane to the east, they'd be cutting the corner. It's cutting the turn. So it was an automatic 4-second penalty. We just said at the council's meeting, says if the referee sees you going through the wrong lane, even though you don't interfere, you're going to be 4 seconds are going to be added to your time. That's a full boat length. You don't want to make the turn isn't that much of an advantage. Don't try to cut the turn. Well, the only time I've seen that decide a race was the Ithaca men's varsity about 22 years ago, having a great battle with RIT, working out to about a 3/4 of a length lead, and they went through the wrong turn. And just as he goes down through the buoys, apparently he told me after, he goes, I saw it, and I said, we got to get open water. They didn't get open water. They won the race by 3.2. The 4-second penalty cost them the race, and they had to give their shirts to RIT, and it was their home course. And unfortunately, you make a rule that even the home course guys didn't get it right. Whereas I've never seen it at any other race decided by that penalty.
Yeah, Coach Dan touching on something upon there, giving shirts. Shirt betting is a long-standing tradition in the sport of rowing. It used to be that when you cross the finish line, the boats would come together, and the boat that lost would take their uniform, their jersey, their shirt off and give it to the boat that won. A little different today in modern times. Usually we use something called betting shirts. So after the race, the two teams will come together, and the boat that lost will approach the winning team, shake their hands, and offer them a betting shirt. And that still exists in some areas, but it isn't super popular. But it's always a fun tradition, and I remember doing some betting shirts with RIT. You give some, you take some. But it's a tradition that the guys love, and we're always excited to do some races with betting shirts.
So we saw the finish line there as a comfortable victory for the Ithaca JV men over RIT. And you'll have Marietta and Williams. I'm going to point out, we talked about Williams is ranked number 1 in the preseason poll, and they certainly laid down a good time with that varsity race. One of the other things that it helps the teams that have depth is going to help their overall speed. Williams is here today with 4.8s and a 4. So that's you can do the math. That's 36 rowing athletes, and the other RIT, Ithaca, and Marietta are all in the 20s with their rowing athletes today. So Williams has the depth to go along with its top end speed. So this is the JV race, the 2V race. The old days we called it JV, but that term JV has probably disappeared. Have you heard it, Riley?
Not in a minute.
Yeah.
Not in a minute.
Yeah, they call it. So now it's 2V, the second string varsity, and that's what it is in rowing. Your 9th best guy is going to be rowing in the 2V boat. The top 8 guys are in the 1V, and then 9 through 16 in the 2V, and so on. Williams has the depth and skill throughout, and the really great programs have terrific guys rowing in 2Vs. I remember several years ago, a couple of national team rowers were rowing in this University of Washington's 2V boat, and yet they had rowed in the Olympics. So teams with great depth will have strong 2Vs and 3Vs.
Yeah, and it's really about that next man up mentality. Anything could happen.
Yep.
Someone in the varsity 8 could do something like break their wrist, hypothetically.
Yeah. What? Can't imagine.
Yeah, and that means the next guy up. We talked about some rowers like Wes, who's a graduate student who had spent a lot of time in the first varsity 8, and back injuries might mean the next man up is rowing in that varsity 8. So across the board, making sure that the program is pushing the floor, raising the floor, and pushing those guys in the top boat to get faster. You always got a great program when the guys in the 2V are giving the guys in the 1V a run for their money, and it's always great when you get out there and you do some pieces and Yeah, so you sometimes have some guys in those lower boats really giving the top guys a run for their money in practices. We have the Marietta and Williams second varsity 8s lining up here. We'll give you some results from the Williams-Smith Rochester second varsity and Ithaca RIT men's second varsity 8s in just a moment.
Williams got away from the line, very slick there. We'll see if they get a jump at the start. It's always a good sign if we have drone coverage. That means it's not raining, or at least not raining so hard to interrupt the drones. We got decent conditions. Riley and I are kind of spoiled. We're in office surroundings right here. We're room temperature, and looking at donuts on the desk in front of us. So we'll try not to be chewing while we're giving you the game reports.
Oh yeah, we got 72 degrees, nice warm office with some bright lights. We're nice and dry, but the commentators, the officials, the volunteers who are out there on the launch doing a great job making sure they can officiate this race in these tough conditions, and the athletes really laying down some good times in some rough weather out there.
Looks like Williams is getting to the pedestrian bridge first. You can see him coming underneath. So they've won the start. And these races have been about a length apart early. And so we haven't had any really close contests yet, except for that wild broken rudder contest. And hopefully we can get a report a little later for you what happened to the Ithaca College women's 2v8. But this is the men's 2v8, and Marietta is a fine crew. Williams has a length, 500 meters in.
Yeah, Marietta's doing a great job. I think these are one of the few races that we've seen where the boats still have some degree of contact through 500. So Marietta is putting up a great fight in the second varsity event as we see the boats past 500 meters and moving down towards that little side canal at 750. Yeah, we're going to throw it to Carly, our sideline reporter, for a moment.
All right, you guys, I'm here with Kaylin, who was just out on the water in the 2V. Tell me about what just happened out there.
So we were like racing and we were going down lane 2 and like by like the last bridge with like the single file like lanes and stuff. I think there was like a log underneath there and I like heard like a little bump, and then next thing I know, like we start going towards like lane 1. I'm like, oh shoot, like what do we do? And so then like just the rest of the race, it was just like some pressure steering, had to use my arm to like steer. So yeah, there was a lot going on. We made it back. We're ready for round 2.
Yeah. What went through your head in that moment, like being like, oh my gosh, like I have to use my hand here to steer?
I was just ready to do like whatever it took to like get us across the finish line and like not hit the other boat.
Yeah, absolutely. And you did a great job. Let me ask, are your hands freezing after that?
Not really. It's more just like the rest of my body that's like cold, because like the inlet water isn't like that freezing right now, so like my hands aren't that bad.
All right, well that's good. Well, you were absolutely the MVP and you killed it. Good for you.
Carly, you said it best. She was the MVP. From our view, is like that was a spectacular effort by Kaylin, keeping that boat on the waterway and not running into anybody, not getting her crew disqualified. And what I really enjoy is her upbeat attitude after the race, and it seems like she's ready to go for race 2. And Ithaca can just carry that, mark that in their experience line column. Say, hey, we have some good experience. We've been through this before. Right now, we have the closest race of the day.
Oh, yeah, and we're seeing contact past the 1,000-meter line, which is a first, I think, other than that second varsity 8 that had some technical issues. Again, hats off to Kaylin for making the best of that situation. It looks like Marietta is holding on and maybe trying to make some moves here on William.
Yeah,
which is exciting to see.
That's right. They're overstroking a little bit, and they're overlapping, so they've got a chance. They took advantage of that 2-seat turn and made something with it. Williams right now might be winning the third 500. They're stretching out just a little bit. If they get a full length, that will take away some of Marietta's momentum. But we finally have a side-by-side race, a race that's changeable in the last 500. Who has worked on the sprint? Let's see what happens.
Yeah, and especially in this these tailwind conditions, it's going to be a little bit harder to pull out a huge sprint with this big tailwind. So it's exciting to see Marietta trying to get some contact between their bow seat rower and the coxswain of Williams. It looks like maybe the Marietta boat could have taken a little bit sharper of a line on that, but as Coach Danier had mentioned, it's tough without the buoys. You got to make sure you're not cutting into the other person's lane and you're not getting that 4-second penalty.
That was a good find, because I thought the same, that Marietta went a little bit left, a little bit west, and Williams brought their stroke rate up, so the two are equal here. So Marietta no longer rolling with its stroke rate advantage. Catch, 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 catch. Yeah, it's hard to say, and Williams is hanging on to that length lead, and just a little bit more in the length. So they got about a 1-second margin back at the 500 to go turn, and they might be finishing this off. But Marietta's fighting. They're matching them stroke for stroke.
Yeah, they're turning this into a dogfight. No easy wins here today in this race. And it looks like, yeah, Williams might be pulling off a little bit. Great job for their boat picking that up and responding to those calls. It's always tough when you get out there. It's nice to have the lead because you have the opportunity to respond to calls instead of have to make them initially. So Williams doing just that, responding to some calls from that Marietta boat and trying to reopen that gap as we approach the last couple strokes of the race.
Yeah, the Coxes did a good job holding straight lines here now and taking a straight shot at the buoy, and there's Williams crossing the line. But good to have a race that was undecided with 500 to go and see how teams could respond with the sprint. And I'd say that was almost an equal response. Marietta made a move at the 1,000, cut the lead. Williams fought him off and then executed. Both teams seemed to execute a sprint okay. No glaring differences. This Williams hanging on to a one-length lead.
Yeah, we want to give you some times from the last couple of races as well. It looks like that women's second varsity 8 between William Smith and Rochester. William Smith won with a 7:07.9, followed by Rochester with a 7:55.9. And then that men's second varsity 8, the previous event between Ithaca and RIT. Ithaca won with a 6:20.95, followed by RIT with a 6:47.15. We had talked a little bit about trying to see a 10-second margin potentially between the first and second varsity Ithaca 8s, and the second varsity 8 for Ithaca laid down a great time within about 8 seconds of the Ithaca first varsity 8. So hats off to that Ithaca second varsity 8 laying down a great time and making sure those margins are competitive. I'm sure it'll be fun to do some seat racing next week, potentially keeping those boats competitive and tight. It's been tight and competitive all year so far, and I don't see it getting any less competitive between the lineups.
Yeah, that's a good time to 8 seconds off. In anything this early in the year with the 2v8 boat breaking, getting 620 or better is a good time. Again, tailwind conditions, that's favorable. You can't always use times, but it's something that they can hang on to and work on. So we have the women's 3v8, which is going to be William Smith and Ithaca, and then a men's 3v8, and then the morning session will end with some fours racing. So this is going deeper down the bench. And this is the one Ithaca and William Smith contest. Last week, these two teams met, and this is telling us basically that neither RIT or University of Rochester have a third string boat, so they do not have a 3v8. Only William Smith and Ithaca do. So this is a rematch from a week ago, and when we were always looking for races for our 3v crews, we'd take anybody who could line up. We were just looking for experiences. So racing a boat for second week in a row, not a problem. They'll embrace it and go after it. And last week, Hamilton and William Smith crossed the line 1-2 ahead of Ithaca, who was in third place in a 3-boat race. But with these beginners, they develop it surprisingly fast. You could see a lot of speed difference. This will be an interesting race to see if Ithaca can hang on with William Smith.
Yeah, we can see some boats backing into the stake boats here. Conditions are starting to let up a little bit. It looks like the rain has stopped, and we're only going to get some light rain coming on in about 30 minutes maybe, but hopefully we'll be clear of the precipitation for the rest of the day. At least that's what the forecast is saying. It's Ithaca, so the weather might be saying something different, but the wind is starting to die down just a tad, down to 16-mile-per-hour winds with still about 40-mile-per-hour gusts, but it's coming from the back, so makes it a little bit easier than trying to row into a head gust.
You can see the boat drifting away from the stake boat, so they don't want to get too far away because it can be a chore to back it back in, and that's what they're trying to do now. They're backing it in. But the fact that they can back it in means the wind is not too strong down there to start. Yeah, overall, Riley, I'd say, judging by the starting line, which doesn't look like it's blowing everybody sideways, and the fact that it's clearly the rain has let up, the athletes are good to go. That maybe the guys sitting in those little rowboats there are a little wet and cold, and the referees, but the athletes, they love this weather. They don't mind it being cool. They don't mind it a little bit wet, and they just don't want to get poured on and get blown around.
Yeah, it's always great to have good conditions, but we love the rough stuff. We love to embrace the inclement weather, and it's always nice to let up a little bit for the athletes, especially long days like this. It's never fun to go back out for your second race sopping wet, so it's good that we have some dry weather.
You could see that the Williams Smith crew trying to get to the line went a little too far, and then they got to get some work done to back it back in. They went, but the wind's not too strong for them to handle, so it looks like they're moving.
Yeah, and with these third varsity races, we're always seeing some younger crews, a lot of freshmen, a lot of programs have some walk-on groups. Here we have some results from that second varsity 8 we mentioned earlier, with the William Smith win over Rochester by almost 50 seconds, and 7:07.9 to 7:57.9.
So you got the 7:07 and 7:55 up on the board. The other 2v8 race between Ithaca and RIT, the Broken Rudder Adventure, that was a 7:39 for RIT and a 7:49 for Ithaca. So Ithaca with the broken skag would not have been competitive with William Smith. And there's the men's 2v8, and that nifty 6:20 for Ithaca College.
Looks like we're lined up. We've got some boats getting their oars in, ready at the start, with Ithaca in that lane 3 closest to us and William Smith farthest from the screen in lane 2. A hand is up in the William Smith boat as they get their oars in and adjusted. Looks like all hands are down. And we're off.
So this is a rematch from last week. The little hiccups and the stops in the camera, it makes you think, oh, equipment, something broke. Nope, it's the camera.
Yeah, and I think last week William Smith had won this race, so it's always fun to see if the Bombers can reverse a raced result. We said early on in the season anything could happen, but it looks like William Smith's starting to pull away.
Yeah, a start for the William Smith, but it's look how close together those boats are. That's a challenge for the coxswains. You know, the narrow canal is putting a little pressure on the Ithaca coxswain, but she's correct to not get too close to shore because the water slows down near shore. It gets bogged down. It gets very shallow. You want to stay out in the flow. And William Smith is taking this, but William Smith is rowing higher, and they're working hard to get maybe a half-length lead right about now. Half-length lead. They are rowing higher.
Yeah, they are rowing higher, and we had mentioned that the Ithaca coxswain there is doing a great job adjusting to that narrow canal and those close boats. So hats off to freshman Smee McGill doing a great job navigating this course. And William Smith seems to be picking up the pace. They are making some solid clearance on their puddles, it looks like. And we still have contact through 350. A little bit over 1,500 meters left. Anything could happen. Let's see what the Bombers can pull out.
Yeah, William Smith is still rowing higher, and it's working because they've just gotten a full-length lead. Now, the question is now, do they pay for it? Younger crews haven't been down the courses a lot, haven't rowed 2,000 meters a lot. They could really fade. You could have differences of 30 seconds in their second 1,000 versus their first 1,000. Now, Ithaca, though, does not want to row in the puddles of the leading boat. You can see their oars are catching right where the puddle line is from the William Smith boat. That is not good strategy. William Smith needs to move over. The referee, I think, has just swung their flag to get William Smith back to the center of the line because they're kind of infringing on Ithaca's lane right here. So the referee's got to get William Smith back towards the center. William Smith is adjusting to the center, and Ithaca wants to be in clear water. But William Smith clearly in the first 750 meters is the faster boat. Ithaca is going to have some work to do. Last week, we saw all the Ithaca women's boats row the second thousands very strongly. The third boat here still finished third, but they closed the gap that they were following with all the way down the course. Again, though, they're still rowing in William Smith puddles. They're rowing in William Smith puddles, and that's not good for Ithaca.
Yeah, it makes it a lot harder to get some connection on the face of the blade when you're rowing in puddles like that. That's sophomore Peyton Fish in stroke seat there trying to set up an aggressive rhythm, trying to walk back over on William Smith as they continue to pull away.
William Smith will have the inside of the turn, a little bit of advantage. It's a good home course advantage for the Ithaca coxswains, knowing that there is a turn, and all sorts of psychological strategies to try dealing with the turn. But William Smith is opening up. Last week's margin, I believe, was 7 seconds between William Smith and Ithaca in this 2K race, and there's probably 7 seconds there right now. So as they approach the 1,000, does Ithaca close the gap or not? Give them 7 seconds going through those buoys, and the buoys are just shy of 1,000 meters.
Yeah, that's a
so
great.
Right about there, William Smith is hitting the 1,000-meter mark.
Yeah, great line from that William Smith coxswain there, making sure they're taking advantage of that inside line.
Yeah.
That would be coxswain. Let's see, I've got a name here on the lineups. Coxswain Greco. I don't have a first name, but they're doing a great job making sure they have a solid line coming through that turn there.
William Smith kids are really fit. I saw it last week. I know they gave up some seats to Ithaca, but they stayed aggressive right from start to finish, and that's a part of the race they could work on. And this, you know, they're aware, I think, that Ithaca put on comebacks last weekend, and that's going to benefit them knowing about it and being ready to fight for this last 750. Very well coached.
Oh yeah, William Smith head coach Paul just wanted to give a little bit of shout out to their 4-seat, Danny Krenzer, who learned to row 2 weeks ago and is also a member of the women's basketball team. So that's a dual sport athlete in 4-seat of the William Smith 3D. Learned to row 2 weeks ago, and it looks like they're doing a great job considering they learned to row 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, the 3V, I'm sure there's lots of stories in those 3V boats. The young kids, probably some novices, definitely some freshmen. And but William Smith showing the depth of their program, that's going to make their other 2 boats faster.
Definitely.
They're extending. Ithaca's rowing together, so you got a nice view of that crew, but they can't keep up with that William Smith boat.
Yeah, and these third and second varsity, fourth varsity boats are always real important. They push the boats ahead of them. They raise the floor. They raise the ceiling, and they make sure programs are competitive. That depth is really important to pushing top speeds on programs, and it's always great to see these boats come out and lay down some solid pieces.
So good line for William Smith going through the buoys there.
While we're coming through 1,500 and Williams continues to push some speeds there, we have some results from our men's second varsity 8 between Williams and Marietta. Williams here won that race with a 6.3. So conditions do tend to change, but that would be only 3 seconds behind their first varsity 8. So we talk a lot about depth, and that shows some solid results there. So Williams with a
600.3.
6 flat 0.3, yes, 600.3, and Marietta just 3 seconds behind them with a 603.3. So both boats laying down some really, really solid times in that men's second varsity.
Marietta's 2V time was faster than their 1V time by 3 seconds. So they obviously those 2 boats are really close together, and the conditions may have been a little faster for that 2V8 race, but clearly those 2 boats are close together. Marietta's got some good stuff, good depth there.
We've got a shot at the finish line here as boats start to come across in this women's third varsity 8 race. Coming up after this, I think we had mentioned we have a men's 3v8 race, and then we've got some more 4s racing before the second half of our day. So stay tuned as we continue to have one more 8 race and then some small boats coming across the line.
Oh, we're missing the finish line. So we guess we missed the finish line on that one. They pulled the camera off just a little bit too soon. Well, we have one more 8 race, a men's 3v8. It's actually going to be Williams against the lone men's crew from the University of Rochester. They used to have they also have a men's 4, so they have an 8 and a 4. So the thinnest team here would be the University of Rochester, but they have a pretty good rowing history. And in the 1990s, they've had a series of New York State Championship crews that very tough to beat, and won medals at the Dad Vale Regatta in the 1990s. But they're a club program, and so they kind of go up and down as a lot of club programs do with student interest on campus. And the club programs really took a hit with the pandemic. So basically programs are dropped universally, and student club groups had to restart the program without a head coach, without a, administrative support, and doing what they did in the distant past to try to get things going. So some of those club teams have now, that doesn't apply to everybody. There's some great club rowing at the ACRA Championship, the American Collegiate Rowing Association Championship, but U of R was hit by that pandemic hard. But they good to see they have an 8 and a 4. They're in the yellow boat, and it's their 1-8 rowing against the Williams 3v8. And Williams is getting a bit of a jump off the start, and we've seen Williams doing this today.
Yeah, Williams just continuing to demonstrate great depth and
Yep.
strong performance across all boats as they look like they're starting to take a lead as we approach that 350 mark at the pedestrian bridge in the distance there.
Yeah, this is definitely a race that Williams would probably have to lose a rudder to not take care of business on this one. That's a quick open water lead, and that's Williams' third stringers.
Yeah, both boats clearing puddles here, so some solid efficiency as they begin to settle into base pace.
Nothing wrong with the spacing in the U of R boat. They're clearing the puddles, rolling aggressively. Yeah, the sport, competition really leads to success. I think it's a huge factor. If you can compete every day in practice, you're out in boats and there's another boat to row next to, and it makes you pull always a little harder. You always got your eye on your practice partner, trying to stay ahead, and that makes, to me, a big difference in your competitive ability as the season goes on. There's a good shot of the U of R boat. They row together well enough. They'll get better as the season goes on. Williams College taking command of this one.
Yeah, both crews seem to be rowing relatively efficiently. Blades seem to be going in together, but Williams really having some larger engines here and pushing pace in this race as they fly down the course, passing that 750 meters into the race mark with that side channel there.
When they were here 2 years ago, they took care of business well, and Hobart was here that day, and Williams was able to beat both the Ithaca and Hobart crews, and that was the year they went on and won the Division III IRA championship. Ithaca and Williams have been racing each other since 1976. My freshman year as an oarsman at Ithaca College, we went to Lake Onoda and Pittsfield, and we finished second in a 5-boat race, losing to Marist, but defeating Williams, Wesleyan, and I take it back, we lost to Trinity, but we defeated Wesleyan, Williams, and Marist in a great 5-boat race. And 4 of those 5 boats, everybody except Wesleyan, made it to the final of the Dad Vale Regatta in the freshman race 2 weeks later. We were 6th in that race, so the Marist and Williams overtook us. But we've been racing Williams a long time.
Yeah, these races are steeped in history and tradition, and it's always great to see these teams continue to compete as the years go on and continue to stay competitive. We have some results for you guys from the women's 3rd varsity race. That would be the one that William Smith won with a 7:46.8, followed by Ithaca with a 8.5.
There you go. So William Smith extended their margin over Ithaca from a week ago when they beat them by 7 seconds. William Smith improving all the time. So Ithaca used to race Williams and Trinity on Lake Warmug in northwestern Connecticut the week before Dad Vales, back in the 1980s and early 1990s. And we raced every year. Marist would come too, and that was kind of a neutral course. Trinity hosted it. The the race took place the same weekend as New England championships are going on. But the coaches at Williams and Trinity at the time decided, well, we race New England teams all year long, and we're going to race those same New England teams and everybody else at the Dad Vale Regatta in Philadelphia, which is the championship. So we want to see New York crews, Ithaca and Marison. We're going to go to Lake Warmug and race them. And it was some exciting races at Lake Warmug for those crews. But finally, Trinity had a coaching change, and the new coach said, no, we should be going to the New England Championships. And that was the end of that race. And now there's a large New England Championship regatta, just like there's a New York State regatta to cover various regions before the national regattas.
Yeah, and those New England crews tend to be real competitive, especially this year. Looking at the IRCA preseason coaching poll, it's a preseason poll, but those NESCAC schools like Williams, Tufts, Trinity, Wesleyan tend to poll pretty high and perform pretty well at the Division III level. We had just talked about Trinity a little bit, who is ranked third overall in that preseason poll. So yeah, some tough crews and laying down good times.
Yeah, there's no tendency about it, Riley. It's been a while. The NESCAC schools, New England Small College Athletic Conference, have been dominant in both men's and women's Division III rowing. It's a Division III conference. And if you look at other sports, they are very successful. There were 2 basketball teams from the men's side, Wesleyan and Trinity, making the Final Four in the Division III. The NESCAC schools do remarkably well with Division III sports, and rowing is one of those old traditional sports, been around for a long time. Rowing in New England's been around for a long time. And anytime you can race one of the New England schools and beat them, you've really done a job. So Williams, Tufts, Bates, Trinity, last year's champion, Wesleyan, all very strong. And there's still some good New England rowing not in an NESCAC conference. WPI would have a say about that. But, Ithaca, WPI, Marietta, we're just a little bit looking from the outside, trying to crack that hole that NESCAC has.
Yeah, and that has to do with some of our changes to our racing schedule this year, trying to get some more competition with these New England schools, trying to get some more competition with those guys for the potential to win an at-large bid in the condition that we don't get an automatic qualification. So knowing those schools are real tough, real competitive programs, and trying to get exposed again to some of those more New England schools. Looks like we have a solid finish here. Williams coming past the line and winning this race. We just saw Rochester come across the line.
So that's the morning session of H racing. We're going to come right up with some 4s, and then there'll be a second session starting a little bit after that. So if you're in for the long haul, or you got us on the background while you do some chores at home, we still have some men's 4s, and these are the depth functions of the rowing programs. Williams is going to race 3 4s in the next 3 races, and that's their 4V, and they're tapping into their 5th string crews. Marietta has a 4, Rochester has a 4, Ithaca and RIT, I believe, each have a 4. Well, there's the drone taking off. There we go. There's the pictures.
Yeah, we're over here in the office hanging out where it's nice and dry.
Yeah, it's blowing hard. We got to, put our rain hats on and fight off the weather. Pass me the eclairs over there. No, that's all right. Yeah, we're doing all right. Riley, it's fun talking rowing with you. I'm trying to remember where you were rowing. My last year coaching, you were a freshman, and you rowed, I think, in our 2V8.
Yeah, it was a great time. I was stroking the second varsity 8,
That's
I think, last couple races of my freshman year, and it was a great time.
We raced in the petite final at our final championship in Worcester, and it was a great race, 6 boats across, and we actually led for like 5 strokes in the third 500, but it was just a storm of boats. I think we ended up 4th in the race, but it was just great racing from beginning to end. And I'm sure I always felt good about that race. Obviously, but it was like, yeah, those guys remember this race. They make them hungry for next year. And it was good.
Yeah. That's one of those races that sticks out to me in my memory. I think that was one of the first times I had been in a larger race course where we're looking at 5-6 boats across. So that was some of my first exposure to 6-lane across racing, and it's definitely one to remember.
Yep. You guys had a good season because there were a bunch of freshmen in the boat. There were some guys that started rowing that year in the boat, and that was a 2V8. That wasn't we were racing some experienced crews, and we were competitive all the time.
Oh, yeah.
So they're going to run these fours races.
Yeah, this is, we're looking at the line here. This is going to be Williams B4 and Marietta's 4. It looks like Marietta is racing 1-4 today, but this is going to be the Williams B4 and Marietta 4. It looks like, I'm trying to get a shot at the oars here. Looks like Williams is going to be closest to us in lane 3, and Marietta is going to be farthest away in that black Resolute in lane 2.
So the depth of this is this Williams has already raced 3/8. So these guys would be the next level. Marietta has raced 2/8. So in theory, these guys are the Marietta third stringers. But if Marietta, now you can look at it another way. If Marietta's got a smaller program, this is the bottom of their program. Where Williams has other guys, this is not their bottom end. That's all that, trying to figure it out. The fours are just racing opportunities and good competitions for the guys that fill out the roster, that push everybody else to get going. Rowing a 4 is inherently a little trickier. The boats don't balance as well, and you really have to match. You know, in an 8, you can get away with a 1 or 2 strong guys in the middle of the boat that may not match too well. They should all match if you're going to go fast, but at 4, it's really exaggerated. Oh,
yeah. It's always great being an 8 because they go fast, but it is fun to be in a 4 because you rely a little bit more on that technical proficiency and the matchup. Yeah, it looks like the rain's coming down a little bit harder now. We might be getting a little bit more participation, so there's going to be a little bit less drone coverage at the moment. We might be watching from the coach's launch. It's what we're hearing from our guys in the studio. And it looks like Williams has taken a lead here, but it is by no means a race that's over. It looks like we can kind of see there that there might still be some contact between these boats.
Well, I'm half blind, so can you tell which boat is in what lane? Are we saying Williams is on the right and
yeah, Williams is going to be on the right here.
Marietta on the left.
Marietta on the left. Marietta in that black shell and Williams in that white shell right there. And it still looks like we've got some contact. It was exciting through the line. That's going to be, again, the Williams B4 and Marietta's 4. And it looks like they're putting up a tough competition. We might have some contact through 500 again. It's always fun to see Marietta and Williams for the second time today seeing some contact through 500. And it looks like Marietta is reversing that early start that Williams got and starting to maybe try and pull away.
Yeah, the Williams, I think, making a mistake. They're a little too close to shore. They get those starboard blades getting close to shore in shallow water, and they're not going to get the little more flow you get from the middle of the inlet. They definitely recognize the checkerboard blades on the left-hand boat, so that's Marietta, and Marietta is holding on to a lead. That's been our closest race of the day, other than that great broken rudder race in the Ithaca women's race. JV, the men's JV was the closest race of the day, and this is so far the second closest. It looks like maybe Marietta has a length, but 4s can really change. If one guy breaks down or gets tired, or 1 or 2 guys raise up their effort, you can really change 4 quickly. See what happens.
Yeah, we're going to check back in on this race in a moment. I think Carly has an interview with a Williams Varsity 8 rower, so we're going to check in with her, and we'll keep you updated on how this close 4s race between Marietta and Williams is going.
All right, you guys, I'm here with some rowers from Williams College who just raced in the 2v8. What are your guys' names?
Austin Connolly, Ben Floyd,
Trent Boone.
How was the race for you guys?
It was a really great day out there. Really fast conditions. Marietta is a great crew. It was really an honor to race them. We had a blast.
Yeah, I think we had a good start, kind of got a good lead, and just held them. They gave us a really good fight, though, down the stretch.
And you guys are seniors, right? How is that for you, senior year?
It's been really fun, but also a little bit scary, not knowing what's going to happen after. But, yeah, it's fun having the last go-around.
Yeah, we have 3 freshmen in our boat right now, so it's just fun passing the torch along to them. Hopefully send them up for a good season.
Oh, there you go. Do you guys have any shout-outs for anyone maybe watching the stream?
Definitely shout out to my mom, all my siblings, my dad, I guess, too.
Yeah, shout out to my parents, Coach Mark Mandel, Patrick Dent, and Max Mallet.
Also, shout out to my parents. I doubt my brothers are watching, but if they are, shout out to you guys as well.
Yes. All right. Well, good luck with the rest of the season, you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, we were just talking about that Williams second varsity race that they won being a really fun and close race to watch. And as a senior on the rowing program, I kind of relate to some of that anxiety or fear about what comes next, figuring out maybe club rowing later on, trying to stay involved in the sport in any capacity and continue to spread the joy and love of rowing. But yeah, great to hear from those guys.
Yeah, those three guys, they were all seniors. So, again, a vision of Williams' depth. You'd have senior oarsmen in your second-string boat. That means something. Your first-string boat's carrying some talent, whether it's seniors or some hotshot underclassmen. They're just a good team. And you can see those guys are enjoying themselves, and they're well-coached. And the Williams team is a strong team. Marietta looks like they might pull out a victory here. We might finally get someone that can beat a Williams crew, but we'll see.
Yeah, Marietta is walking away here. Looks like they've opened up more than a boat length of water, but we talked about how variable these fours can be. Being so technically demanding and staying lined up and together in these fours, a little bit more stress than some of the eights races. And we've seen a lot of things happen in the last 1,500 meters of these courses with some of these variable conditions, being the tailwind and some debris along the side of the inlet.
So there's the four, and Marietta has this one in control. They were a real crew. Sometimes in the fours too, you wonder how long the lineup's been working together. They get thrown together sometimes on race day. Many times we've put together fours for some extra rowers, and their first practice together would be the day before the race, just to make sure they can function together and then get them in race. So you don't really know what the fours have been doing. The varsity eights would be just almost the opposite. The coaches would focus on a varsity eight lineup and try their best to put their best lineup they can for the varsity eight, and they'll spend a lot of time rowing together. And it's the further you get from the varsity eight, second eight, third eight, fours, the more likely that lineups are scrambled on a daily basis or some changes being made. Conditions pretty good. Tailwind. It's always a little harder to row in a tailwind. We said it makes the times faster. We've talked about that, but sometimes it rocks the boat. That's what, tailwind makes it a little too light, and they don't handle it as well.
Yeah, affecting the set, especially in those fours. We talked about being a lot more dependent on the crews rowing together, rowers rowing together to keep that set. So we can definitely see that, and that tailwind meaning that results are going to be a little bit closer than they might be if we had some heavy headwinds. I'm pretty sure headwinds tend to spread out results a little bit, and tailwinds tend to clump them up a little bit. Yeah.
Yep.
So again, seeing Marietta come through, they've got a couple 100 meters, maybe a few more strokes until the finish line. And I think we have some results here from that men's third varsity eight between Rochester and Williams. Williams with a 6:18.9 winning the race, and Rochester behind them with a 6:54.7. So some solid racing from Williams and Rochester here. And looks like we're seeing Marietta approach the finish line in this fours race here.
Yeah, Williams rowing a 6:18 from their 3V. It's faster than the Ithaca 2V. They're just a real strong team, start from top to bottom.
Yeah, Mark Mendel putting together a great crew. He giving out some shout-outs to 7 first-year novice athletes who are new to the sport, 4 coxswains and 3 rowers, this being their first sprint race of their college careers. So great job to those new rowers from the Williams College crew.
They're probably, some of them probably in that 4. My guess is none of them are in those top 3/8 unless there's a really excellent strong guy on the boat.
Great racing here in that first fours race. Coming up after that, we're going to have the Williams C4. So William has 3 fours that they've entered here today. We just saw their B4. We're going to see their C4 next. And then after that, our last race of the first half of the day is going to be 3 boats across, and that will have a Williams A4. But this next one is going to have Williams C4 and Rochester's only 4, so Rochester A4. And this should be another fun one to watch. I believe in the past, Rochester has prioritized their 4 generally, seeing some of their competition at Liberty Leagues and States.
We'll see what they have out there. If they're a developmental program, they can, they're going to try to build confidence for their athletes and put them in positions that they might have a little more success. The weather was just terrible when we started, and at around 11, an hour before the first race, it was pouring and the wind was blowing. Look at that picture. I mean, you'd say, no problem, let's row on that in a heartbeat. The water's good, the water's flat. It doesn't look like people are, I mean, just the activity on the dock doesn't look like it's raining real hard, if it's raining at all. So we've scored here, getting this window to have decent conditions. Just like last week, we've seen a few steering mishaps. Like last week when there was a crab that stopped a boat 20 strokes from the finish line, we saw an equipment mishap with a broken rudder in the middle of a race that cost the team a race. So a lot of factors get involved here. There is a breakage rule, that if that breakage happens in the first 30 seconds of the race, it varies at championship. They have markings, so it's like 100 meters. In Ithaca, we're a little bit more generous. It's early season. It's 250 meters. But anyways, if you break something in that first part of the race, they'll stop the race, bring all boats back, and fix it, and then redo it. But Ithaca had its breakage just after the halfway point, well into the race, and so they were going to finish that out.
Yeah, you can see on the camera here some precipitation coming down. We're fortunate enough to get the drones back out. This is a great shot.
Ooh.
Looks like, the wind might be blowing hard. It looks like the Rochester 4 is experiencing some difficulties. We're crossing our fingers that their skeg is intact and their hull is not taking on water or anything. It would be
not good.
Really unfortunate if they lost the opportunity to race.
Perpendicular to the race course is never a good thing.
No, not at all.
Never. And, it's something's going. They're trying to turn it. You saw that their stern end of the boat was on the shallows there, so hopefully they avoided. If they put a crack in their stern end of the boat and if they rowed fast enough, then they could bail the water out with their rowing. But it's almost like that launch is towing them out. I wonder if they put a line and pulling on them. They're not heading back. They're not pointed to row back to shore. So let's see what they're doing. If there's enough wind at the start, and the people controlling the boats are beginners, novices, if they're not, we said that we thought maybe the Rochester 4 would be prioritized, but we're not sure at all. And if it's the bottom part of the lineup with the least amount of experience, it's hard for them to get into the stake boats and to control the boats. They're going to have need a little bit more time. Something's going on, just by the fact that the referee's launch is so close, is not pulling away, and that the Rochester boat is not making more progress to get towards the starting line.
Yeah, so a lot of hopes here for the Rochester boat that their equipment is holding on well, and we can still see this race between the Williams C4 and the Rochester 4 here. It looks like they're starting to head down to the course.
It looks like they might be backing towards the start. And if they're backing, that's why it's taken so long, because they got the wind against them, pushing against them. They only have two rowers trying to back, and you can't back with as much power as you can row, that's for sure. And two other rowers are keeping their blades steady just to keep the boat stable. So, and the launch is just keeping a close eye on it. Let's see if we get another look. But that would be my guess. There'd be no reason why they wouldn't be moving faster other than they're already pointed. Yeah, they're going to get into the stake boat and then go. They don't have to turn around. They are already.
Yeah, big shout out to our stake boat volunteers here who are braving some tough conditions, staying in those stake boats, making sure people get lined up for the races. And it looks like...
I swear to you, Riley, I think that boat's backwards. I think they got to still spin it around.
That would be tough.
I think...
Oh.
Okay, no, they're okay. All right, the coxswain's in the bow end. I was thinking, so they had the stern in the water, and they were able to lead with the stern.
Yeah, fortunate to get both boats lined up here. And we've got that Williams C4 in lane 2. And in lane 3 on the right of your screen, we're going to have that Rochester 4. And this is, again, Williams C4. So this is their third 4. And, both Marietta and Rochester have entered 1-4 today. So, yeah, a lot of depth, big program size from Williams. Let's see what this race turns up.
I'm going to guess that those brand new guys that Mark Mandel mentioned, that he's got 7 brand new guys. They're in this Williams boat.
Yeah, and this being their first sprint race of the season, it's exciting to see what they're going to be able to lay down.
And I'm guessing that generally, just looking at the start, those are the beginner guys for the U of R. So this is a beginner's boat. And we'll see what happens. Williams a little bit more prepared and can jump out into the early lead.
Yeah, always exciting to see some of these guys get their first opportunities to race in the spring, especially early season. When you first get into rowing, there are huge opportunities for growth, and the gains come quick. So there's a lot of exponential growth and gain in technical ability and in speed and strength as you start to find your stroke, find your identity, and learn how to navigate 200 meters of course. Whether it be 200 meters on the erg or 200 meters on the water, there is some skill to gain in knowing how to race the race, when to push, and how to manage that hurt that comes from the long course.
Huge learning curve in these things. It's pretty clear that Williams is a superior boat, and unless something happens, they should win this going away. But the U of R folks, they got a smaller team. They're still trying to develop, and having the experience, even the experience of almost running aground and having to turn around and have to be guided by the referees, that coxswain is going to learn a ton about boat handling, and the rowers are going to figure out something about themselves. Maybe one or two of them won't last very long. Maybe they'll drop the sport after a bit, but those that keep going are going to be able to use this sport as a stepping point. It's not really so much about the race, but it's conducting the race and putting out the effort. So it's if you got guys you think have a future with the program, then you give them these opportunities.
Oh yeah, and especially these first couple races for any program, for any rowers getting used to the sport, doing those first couple 2Ks on the erg, doing the first couple 2Ks on the water. It's really about learning how to manage the piece, learning how to go to the well, to go to that pain cave, to dig that well a little bit deeper and see how far you can push yourself. And it takes a lot of self-knowledge and a lot of learning to figure out how to do that. So these races are always great experiences for folks who are getting into it.
Yeah, preparation time versus competition time in rowing is one of the biggest ratios in sports. The number of how much practice they're doing for a 7-minute race, and only a few 7-minute races a year, and you practice and practice and practice. And the other reason why you learn that you better do it, because if you don't, you're going to be this far behind in a race, and these U of R guys are going to say, okay, this is worth doing. I want to get into a race where I have a chance to win and really do something. They need these stepping stone pieces, these stepping stone races. The coxswain needs to learn how to handle the boat, and the rowers are rowing fine. There's nothing wrong with the way they row, so they're going to they put the work in. They can get a lot of speed in their boat in the next couple of years, but they got to put the work in.
Yeah, for our viewers who might be new to the sport of rowing and learning more about it, I just want to put some emphasis on what Coach Stan is talking about in the ratio between practice and competition. A lot of these crews in spring racing season, which is championship season, will have race day 5 to 6 times out of the year. So that means even if you race twice, you might race 10 or 11 times, and you're training for that year round. We're talking with the exception of the summer, which is generally not as a crew. In the fall, teams competing in head racing and training, and then 6 days a week trying to get some captain's practices and official practices to get that fitness on the erg. So a lot of training, a lot of preparation, hundreds of hours and hundreds of thousands of meters of preparation for these guys, these crews, to race 2,000 meters, which can be over in 6 seconds or less. So huge ratio there, and just rowing as a sport requires a lot of training and dedication to building that fitness and managing 2,000 meters on the course.
And so there's one more race after this one.
Yeah, and it looks like this Williams C4 is really walking away with it. They've opened up to a solid length on the Rochester boat, which is still continuing to perform well and walk down that course, getting some good spacing from fours in the 4. Seeing the blades move out of puddles. And it looks like that Williams 4 at the top of your screen there is going to start to approach 1,500 meters with about 500 meters left in the course.
I wonder if the U of R coaches brought any bicycles, because I do not see any bicycling along that U of R boat. Best way to watch the race in Ithaca, New York, bring your bicycle.
Oh, yeah.
If you're an alum or your coach coming to Ithaca sometime soon, or you want to come see a race, and bring a bicycle, although it's maybe too late to say it now because this is the last home race of the season. That's why it's senior day. There's the Williams group, and they're rowing together.
Yeah, solid performance out of the Williams crew.
Yep.
We're talking about bicycling on the side. You can see in the background there are some beautiful tulips flowering along that waterfront trail. Great running route that the Bombers here in Ithaca use as a bit of a benchmark. We do some bridge runs for time as a bit of a fitness check-in right along that sidewalk on the left side of your screen. Yeah, always a great time to watch from a bike.
The side view of the Williams boat, which was comfortably ahead, you could see the balance is an issue. They're kind of going left to right, port to starboard, kind of rocking the boat a little bit. And the fours are always a challenge, even when you're winning a big race. From the drone shot, you can't see that at all. So it looks like those U of R rowers are not having any problems. Now we can see if it kind of flops back and forth. Blades scraping there, so it's down to starboard right there. And there it's down to port as the starboard blades come off the water. So it's kind of that balance. But the drone shots cover that up. The drone shots make it look that it's perfectly balanced as they go down the course.
Definitely. We're getting some times in from that previous fours race, our last fours race between Marietta's 4 and Williams' B4, with Marietta winning that race with a 6:51.7 and Williams not too far behind with a 7:03.15. And we are just finishing up our second fours race of the day between Williams C4 and Rochester, which Williams has opened up on. We're still watching Rochester come across the finish line. And then our last race of this first half of the day will be some more fours racing. It'll be 3 boats across. So this is our first race of the day, and it might be our only fours race, we have 2 races today that are going to be 3 boats across. So we've talked a little bit about how challenging it gets on the Cayuga Inlet to have 3 boats across because it limits the amount of space that you can have for warm-up lanes, and things get a little narrow out there. It kind of accentuates the advantages you get with those turns on the course. So it'll be exciting to see 3 boats across. We have the Ithaca A4 and the RIT. Ithaca A4 probably in lane 1, I'd expect. RIT4 in lane 2 and Williams A4 in lane 3.
Oh, there we go. Oh, it started. Okay.
Yeah.
So they're 500 meters in, and whoever's in lane 2 is leading.
That looks like we might have, that might be Williams A4 in lane 2, I'd expect. Judging by some of the purple I might see, but don't quote me on that. I know that's going to be RIT in lane 1. All the way to the left of your screen, I can tell by the orange and black there, and that's the Ithaca A4 in lane 3, all the way to the right of your screen.
Ethan's in that boat, right?
Yeah, the lineup for that Ithaca A4 I'm pulling up right now. But yeah, roommate of mine, Ethan Rivas, is in that Ithaca A4 right there. That's going to be Sammy Smith, sophomore coxswain, followed by stroke Ethan Rivas, freshman Zach Bowley in 3-seat, freshman Liam Dickey in 2-seat, and senior captain Caleb Grassi in bow seat, doing a great job bowing that boat as they try to push on Williams. And it looks like they're getting close. It looks like if the Ithaca A4 can pull some out here, we can try to get some contact and maybe walk on them in the back half.
I'm still not 100% sure who's who, but you're all right. So we're pretty sure that RIT in the very dark jerseys, white boat on the left-hand side, lane 1, and they're in 3rd place, and we think that's Williams in 2nd, and Ithaca in Williams in lane 2, 1st place, leading. Ithaca on the right in 2nd in lane 3, and I'll go along with that. But I'd like to see one close shot to make sure.
Yeah,
100%
to confirm.
certain.
Yeah, not positive here, but
all right,
that's our best
no
guess.
question. That's RIT, the black blades.
Yeah, and RIT is another program here that is only entering 1-4. Williams has those 3 4s, and this is their best 4, their A4. And Ithaca today is entering 2 4s. We have an Ithaca A4 and an Ithaca B4, and this is Ithaca's A4. Again, with senior captain Caleb Grassi in bow seat. And it looks like we're looking at some stroke rates here. That's Ethan Rivas in stroke of the Ithaca boat. Looks like they might be, I don't know, tough to tell who's stroking faster in this event right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, a 3-boat race. It's not much closer in those duels we've seen, so we're not going to get real play between the boats. All 3 crews now will be rowing their own race, kind of focused on improving, maintaining balance, maintaining power, listening to their coxswain, running a race plan, running their tactics the way they talked about before the race, so that for their future race they can be ready to have impact. But right now, that's enough of a lead for Williams. Something would have to happen, like the crab or a broken rudder, for any of the other two boats to get back in it.
Yeah, it's not something we haven't seen today, but it would be tough for the Bombers to walk back on this one, or the Tigers to close this gap. Yeah, they're looking great coming down the course in our last event of the first half. Yeah, and we've talked a lot about variability in lineups, especially with these fours that might be in the bottom half of the crew. That means that these guys probably have the most variation in their lineups come practice time. We also touched a little bit upon some of the injuries that have impacted the Ithaca rowing team, particularly on the men's side, being some seniors and upperclassmen who weren't able to race last week due to injuries or other conflicts. So some of the guys in this four are managing lineups that change on a daily basis, depending on who's sick, who's healthy. So all of these crews probably experiencing something similar to that and making the best of their lineups and laying down a good solid piece.
Well, once again, I thought RAT had stopped drawing, but I think it was a camera glitch. So I think it was just, for a second there, I thought they had a mishap. But look, in this picture, they're clearly still moving. Moving well. The referees today, we have our friend Larry Laszlo from Syracuse, a longtime Syracuse coach. And then the other referee is my wife, Becky, the longtime Ithaca women's coach. And we flipped a coin to see who would stay indoors and talk. Now, actually, not so. She's reffing because she's an action person, and I'm the mouthy guy. So I'm sitting there giving the commentating in the nice climate control area. So, so the referees are holding up, I guess, and it's something worth talking about. Tough thing to ref these races.
Oh yeah, especially long days like this. We've got racing from 12 to 5, and because of this senior day after that, we do have senior ceremony, so it is a long day for the referees, the officials, and the volunteers who are working this course. Big shout out to the volunteers, referees, and coaches running this. And yeah, in addition to the crew that is making sure we get some drone coverage and some video coverage, so big thanks to all the volunteers who are making both the race and the coverage of the event happen.
Now, normally senior day, the seniors jump in the water after the races. I don't know if that's been discussed. You're shaking your head. You got your excuse with the cast, but maybe you could remove it temporarily and give yourself an ice bath and then jump back out.
I think I'm going to be taping a garbage bag to my arm. I'm going in. I'm just shaking my head because it's going to be cold.
All right.
It's going to be cold.
All right. Good for you. That's always a great tradition that they all line up and people are taking pictures and they jump in the water. So. Hats off to him. Take your hat off. Don't lose your hat. I've jumped in the water a few times, but not lately.
Yeah, we got some guys who love to go swimming in the lake. One in particular I had mentioned, junior captain Bryce Williston, has been known to swim laps back and forth between the Boatyard Grill and the docks of Ithaca College before practice, and not always on warm days. Sometimes he goes in when it's a little chilly. We do have some guys who like to swim.
I believe it. Bryce, I believe.
Yeah, it sounds like we're going to sign out for break shortly. I might not be returning. I might be helping with some oars and making sure boats go out. So thank you guys for tuning in. We'll have a short break. Coach Dan, it's been a pleasure to call this race with you. It's always great to see you again, and it's been a blast to talk about some rowing with our viewers and call some races.
Yeah, okay. We'll be back for the second session, and we'll talk for some more races. I guess Ray will be coming back. Riley, you have some fun prowling around. Now that the rain stopped, you can go out and help them out.
Oh, yeah, now that I can go out, the weather's nice. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Like here?
Yeah, so whatever you want to do. Don't have to do that, but
I can use this though.
you can use whatever you want. Yeah, I think that's for, yeah.
Or is this not for us?
Yeah, I don't know.
I just want to know, like,
Do a little like.
well, if you have the line.
Exclamation point.
and let
That's
up.
Good. That's good.
And hopefully they get them going. And they have a start.
Oh, here we go. All right, welcome. We are live here, coming back from the Ward Warner Boat Room today. We are continuing our coverage of all these races happening here right in Ithaca. I'm Ryan Harmon with Dan Robinson, the former coach for the Ithaca varsity crew team, as you can see us right here. Thank you all for joining us. We're just picking up the coverage, continue all the races. We got a lot of fun and exciting stuff coming through today. A lot of races. The first one up that we're going to be taking a look at is the women's V8. We have Ithaca and Rochester facing off here. The 1V in Ithaca is in lane 2, Rochester in lane 3. Dan, it's been an exciting day, a fun day. We've had some little bit of craziness here and there, but right now what I'm glad about, you see this great shot here of the boats coming down the water. The rain is holding off. We have the drones flying. It's an exciting day.
Yeah, that's good. We were saying that earlier this morning, Ray, that if you're getting the drone shots, that means the rain's holding off.
Exactly.
And so that's Ithaca in the white hull. That's got a measurable lead over the University of Rochester in lane 3. And you might be able to predict some of these results from this morning and transport them over. If the Ithaca boat had the fastest time this morning of the 4 varsity 8s that rode the course, and Rochester was back a bit from that, so you would predict this outcome. But the second race is that the Rochester is more of a developing crew. We said that they're going to get a lot of benefit from side-by-side racing and a little adversity, but some weather, and still row some strong pieces.
Yeah, and then on here you can see the results from this morning that you were just mentioning. Here you got RIT and Ithaca College. Ithaca coming, in lane 3, coming with that 6:51 time. Now, Dan, right before we started here, you were telling me a little about the wind today. We have some tailwind, so the times that we're going to see might be a little shorter than we did previously last weekend.
Yeah, last week we didn't see any women's boats break 7, but today the Ithaca varsity did a 6:51, and in a tailwind, and you're going to be a contending varsity boat for a Liberty League championship, something like that. That's where you need to be. Those are the times you need. The water is still low. It's not ideal for fast times, but the tailwind is going to help. And I'm sure the coach said to them, let's duplicate that time. Let's be thinking 6:50 for this time. And in order to win championships end of the year, they got to be thinking sub 6:40. Again, times are dependent on conditions, but it's just a good measure. This is a fast day, so you can talk about times a little bit on a fast day.
Absolutely. Here we got Ithaca really pulling ahead of Rochester here. But as of right now, like we were saying, it's been a fun day. We've had some fun things before. Just to give a little look ahead at what is coming next. We have other races. We have RIT and William Smith facing off, Williams and Ithaca. All throughout the day, we got lots of excitement, I think, is kind of the energy that I felt here.
Yeah, we saw 2 great races last week between Ithaca and William Smith, both in the 1V and the 2V. So today is both those boats are not going to race each other. They're racing upstate rivals, RIT and U of R, and we can again predict what happened. That William Smith and Ithaca are the stronger teams, but we can compare times. They can look at each other and say, did we make improvements over last week? U of R and RIT, they're going to be spoilers later in the year at the Liberty League Championships. We'll see what they can do. It's a Liberty League day on the women's side with those 4 crews, and that's half the league. That's more than half the league right there.
Absolutely. As we're continuing to move down the Cayuga Inlet here, like we were saying, Ithaca just really pulling a strong lead in this race, moving strong as things are continuing right along here. So, Dan, I want to talk about let's just, for some people who might be just joining us now, what were some of the highlights that we saw earlier on today for some of these races?
Well, the Ithaca and William Smith winning the women's races, get comfortable margins. So we see that they'll be at the top of the list of the Liberty League. The other Liberty League teams, Union, Skidmore, St. Lawrence, they will look at those results and come to the same conclusion that the favorites would be Ithaca and William Smith, U of R and RIT taking the roles of underdog. But they have a big rival between those 2 teams, and U of R and RIT are going to race each other probably and have a close race in the future. But so that Ithaca winning the women's races, as was William Smith. The men's side is Williams battled with Marietta, and traditionally that's just a great match. I mean, that's Williams came to Ithaca to see Marietta. Marietta came to Ithaca to see Williams, also to see Ithaca. Ithaca's attracted Williams here a couple of times. They attracted Marietta, but to get them together, I'm sure both of those coaches are delighted that such long-term programs could race each other, and they rarely do. New England doesn't get into the Midwest very often, and they meet in Ithaca. The only reason why Ithaca's not racing Marietta today because they're going to race them in a race later in the year so they can compare times and row on the same water and see where they stand. But it's a good opportunity. Marietta, Williams, Ithaca, and RIT together, it's a good mix. New York, 2 Liberty League teams, a New England and Midwest. So that was the exciting formula for today.
Right, and to give the background there, too, of course, we had that the D3 poll that came out just like last week. Williams College ranked number 1 overall. Of course, Ithaca coming in at number 10. So just to give some context there, it's as you were saying, it's exciting. We have all these teams coming together from across different parts to face off here on the Cayuga Inlet. This race here we still have going on, the women's 1v8. Again, Ithaca running away with this one.
Yeah. So that's a significant victory for Ithaca over the U of R. U of R's had coaching changes, but great tradition at the U of R, and they've had really strong years. Their rowing fine. I'll point out that they're rowing fine. They just need some more development. They're just going to work on development, work on getting better, and Ithaca, meanwhile, is thinking about defending a Liberty League championship that they've won 4 years in a row. So it's different goals right now for both teams.
Exactly. This race coming to a close here. We'll get results in shortly so we can get all the final times on that. While we are talking, though, about Rochester, I want to shout out, too, as well. We were able to speak to the coaches, some of the coaches for the different teams. Favorite memory from DJ Civiletti, the coach of Rochester, talking about, his favorite moment coaching the team was any warm, flat morning on the river, which I think was pretty funny to hear from him.
That's we look for flat water, and then I can tell you, if you're a coach driving anywhere, and you could be out with the family or out with your buddies that's heading to an event, you see a body of water and it's flat, you immediately want to say, let's get a crew on there and let's do some rowing. The glass water just stands out to a crew coach like nothing else. So I can see that appreciation of DJ. The mornings are particularly nice for rowing.
There you go. All right, getting set here. We got another boat heading out. We have other races, as we mentioned. The next one that will be on the docket will be another women's V8, 1v8 that we have coming up. RIT facing off against William Smith. RIT is going to be in lane 2. William Smith will be sitting in lane 3. Again, an overcast day here in Ithaca. Luckily, the rain has kind of come to a close. But again, we're just continuing on with everything here, and it's a fun time. It's a fun time.
The canal here is a unique place. We've been hosting races here since 1969, and it's very well protected for rowing. So we've had winds almost 20 miles an hour out of the south, and it might have been different if they were out of the north. But at a lot of places, you just can't row with 20-mile-an-hour winds. You're going to have white caps. You're going to have unrowable water. You're going to have boats capsizing. Ithaca, not even close to that. In fact, you saw from the good times, it's protected. The wind moves the water but doesn't stir up a lot of waves, particularly the south wind. Ithaca is a great place for early season races. I've said it again, and I'll say it now, that how close the competitors are. We've seen the steering, boats getting really close together. Really, the racers, the coxswains, they learn a lot. They really feel like they're in the middle of a competition, and it's a great place to row with protected waters. We don't have big championships because we can't hold a lot of lanes. It's not always 100% fair because of the little turns and the shallow water and the way the winds are, the way they're protected. But early in the season, you're just trying to get the experience. A good stake boat, you got a starting line, you can look at times. It's a good. I think you'll ask competitors. The Ithaca Canal is one of the better places to race.
There you go. And while we're talking about Ithaca, I want to give a shout out to some of our seniors that we have on the team. Just to name off a few people
it's senior
that we
day.
have. It is senior day here in Ithaca. Of course, Riley Maynard, one of the captains for the team, as well as Miles Keniston, Griffin Hunt, Caleb Grassy, Caroline Grass. We have Zoe Parada Stern, Maggie Farber, Ashley Bailey, Lily Babcock, Caroline Hoskins, and Jonah Alafuentes. Definitely big shout out to all of them. It's senior day here in Ithaca, as you said, Dan. So as someone who's worked with the rowing team for a long time, you've worked with a lot of classes come through. What if how did you get to see these people grow and get to celebrate that on senior day from where they started as a first year?
Well, it's a very emotional day, for a lot of these kids. We talked earlier about the rowing racing ratio, how much preparation you do for very few races, for a 7-minute race, and then all the work you put in. So but it's true with all sports. It's not just the rowing. There's the times
there now, yeah.
And we'll talk about that in a second. But a good performance by the Bombers, it looks like. I was just going to say the seniors get really emotional about this, and then it's at senior day they realize, wow, it's my last go round. Right. I felt like just yesterday I was a beginner in this sport. And they put in a lot of work, especially with a very busy fall season and spring season. It's a 2-season sport, and there they go. They're showing the pictures and the self pride that the crew athletes have, especially if they've been at it for 4 years. They feel really good about themselves. They know they've had teammates that have dropped off along the way, and they feel so good about it. You're going to see them jump in the water, and that's one of our traditions. At the end of the day, they're going to jump into that water, which is going to be ice cold, but they're going to say, this is our home, and we're standing by it. So I do like senior day, and the cameras will be out when they jump in after the last race.
Absolutely. We want to give a good, nice congratulations to all the seniors that are on both the men's and women's rowing team here at Ithaca. Congratulations to them for making it to their senior year and sticking with the team and all the hard work and dedication that they've put in over the 4 years.
That's right.
All right. In a moment, we're going to see if we can jump back in to see some of those results, too, that we had for that last race. But like I said, coming up next, the thing we'll be seeing will be RIT and William Smith facing off. We will be taking another look at those results in just a minute. But like I said, it's a long day here. We got a lot of more races to cover, lots more to talk about, lots more opportunities for these rowers to go out and get some races in. As for the times, though.
Yeah, what I noticed is that both of those crews were 3 seconds slower than the time they had earlier. So U of R with a 7:29, they were 7:26 this morning. And Ithaca breaking 7 again, 6:54 after rowing 6:51 this morning. So the conditions treated everybody the same. There wasn't a lot of change in those races. Ithaca's margin of victory over Rochester was a little bit greater than William Smith's margin of victory, so that holds up from based on last week. They got experience. In racing, and Ithaca always is going to feel good when they're breaking 7 this early. They got the conditions to do it, and with the proper improvement through the course of the year, they can approach that 640 barrier that they want to be competitive on the national level.
There you go. That's the target to hit. So coming up here, we have another boat just rolling in. We're just waiting now for the next boats to get set for the next race that we have here. So, Dan, we have a little bit of a delay, I just heard, for a few minutes. We're just going to keep talking about everything else that we've had going on. So let's talk about, again, let's just go back to some of those other races that we had this morning. We talked about some highlights and stuff from there. How's the Bombers' performance been overall?
Well, it's been great for the women. They had that broken rudder, though, in the second varsity race. They had a comfortable lead, and those are the things that happen in rowing. And the rudder, I made it one of the most exciting third 500 portions anybody was looking at, was seeing this boat serpentining back and forth. The trailing boat was trying to pass them, and they were going to because they were rowing with a full boat, but they had trouble because this boat's zigzagging like a drunken driver through the through the lanes. That was quite something. And to both boats, you tip your hat because something extreme happened and impacted both of them. And the boat that had been trailing held it together and rowed their best to get past, and they got past. And Ithaca was fighting the broken rudder and not even able to steer it. Anyways, that was exciting. But so it's a disappointment. Fortunately for them, they get to race again today in another half an hour. So we'll see them going down the course, and hopefully they'll have a full line. On the men's side, Ithaca, with its rivalry with RIT, handled things properly and had some nice times. We were commenting on the JV time being very close to the varsity time, so that's good. He's got depth there with 2 strong boats, and they're able to handle RIT. They'll be underdogs against Williams, but I can assure you they're excited to line up with Williams.
Well, there you go. Good highlight of the events coming forward, or rather, the events that we had just earlier today. Again, anyone tuning in, we hear here at the Cayuga Inlet from the Ward Room Boat Room. We're getting ready for the next couple races to get on the move here. Of course, I'm with Dan Robinson. Dan, you're the coach of Ithaca for 43 years, correct?
Yes.
A long time here. So I remember, we were here last weekend covering some of the other races for the Cayuga Duels series, talking about some of your experience with the crew team. How has it been like kind of moving to this new role now? You're here doing, some play-by-play for rowing in different roles. How has that been for you?
Well, it's easy. That's the biggest thing. It's easy. I show up and jabber away. So that's good. Especially home races was the most work. The home races are the things you look forward to. Mm-hmm. The kids really appreciate them. That it's just an exciting event. And we have 2 or 3 a year, and but a ton of work to prepare. And I'm enjoying a home race without having to lift a finger. I'm just sitting here and talk. So that side of it, it's good. I get excited about the spring racing season now. I will miss some of the road races, but this is Coach Justin Stengel's team, and he's done a great job with them. I do want to shout out, you mentioned we're at the Ward Romer Boathouse, so I did it last week, but I'll shout out again to Ward Romer. Hopefully he's watching from his home in Ohio. Hopefully that he's in good health and able to enjoy the races. We'll send him the stream so he gets a chance to see them.
Absolutely.
But he was with the rowing team from 1973 pretty much until last year. Even in retirement, he was a guy around the boathouse who did a lot of repairs and upkeep and maintenance and took care of equipment for us, and as well as the times he was coaching.
There you go. Definitely an important person to shout out here. Right now we have RIT, William Smith lining up, and they're off. The races officially begin. William Smith looks like they might have a little bit of lead here based on that first camera angle. This, of course, is the women's 1v8. As things are continuing right along, we have our boat following to get a shot of where they are at on the water on the Cayuga Inlet. What are your expectations for this race here? It's a 1v.
Yeah, William Smith's a strong favorite. I was going to comment that every time we see a race, it looks like lane 3 gets off the line because of the angle. It's a deceptive angle. You see them lined up and then suddenly they're ahead. But it's just the way that the camera angle. Well, in this case, I think William Smith is the faster boat, and they did get off the line. And right now we see him getting 3/4 of a length. Almost every race we saw this morning, with not too many exceptions, the lead boat had a length by the pedestrian bridge.
Right.
Well, there's the beautiful
great drone shot there.
Right, yeah, the bird's eye view now. And RIT is fighting hard. They don't want to be a length behind at the pedestrian bridge. They're fighting to stay within half a length.
Exactly, making sure they're jumping those puddles there.
Yep, William Smith's winning the start, no doubt about it. And you'd expect them to be a favorite going through the end.
They're making some good gains here. One thing I do want to say, though, is I remember last time we had the conversation was on lane 1. We were talking about the way that the course turns, the way that it goes. There might be a slight advantage depending on where you're positioned. Here we're sitting in lane 2 and 3. So what's the outlook on that here?
Well, the only thing I could say is if you're in lane 3, don't get too close to shore. You can see the brown water. That means it's really shallow. You get too close and the oars get close to that area, it's dead water. Being in the middle is probably an advantage, but also there's a little bit of flow that's been raining, and the flow is going to favor the boat in the middle lane. So the middle lane's a little bit of an advantage, and we'll see from the drone shots, keeping a straight line. The coxswains play a big role in these races.
Right.
They won't go too far off, because if they do, they run aground or they hit a bridge abutment. Learning to hold really tight straight lines, that's the coxswain's responsibility. And you'll see that in these drone shots.
Absolutely. What we're going to do right now is take a quick toss to our shoreline reporter, Carly Kerger, who has an interview on the sidelines of the water. We're going to throw to her right now. Carly, what do you got for us?
All right, you guys, I'm here with Ethan. He competed in the men's 4 earlier. Ethan, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. It's been awesome.
Amazing. How did the race go for you guys?
It was pretty good. It was pretty tough competition. We tried to keep it pushing. Definitely through like the 1500 was really good, and we had a good sprint. So I'd call it a success.
Amazing. How do you prepare for the races? What's your training process like?
Well, pre-race, I love a really good long night of sleep, wake up, a little bit of mocha pot, and then maybe a bagel, maybe a little sandwich, something with pesto on it. It's really great. That's what I did this morning. Yeah. Other than that, a lot of water. That's it.
There you go.
Yeah.
And how are you feeling? It's senior day. Are you gonna miss the seniors on the team? What does that mean for you?
Yeah, it's a mix of relief and like kind of joy for my friends, kind of. Really happy that these guys have got to like have a great time here and stuff. I'm glad that they won't have to annoy me anymore, you know?
Yeah, there you go. All right, well, thank you so much, Ethan.
Of course, thanks.
All right, back to you guys.
Along in this race here.
Williams might be a half a stroke higher, and I'm going to take that back. I'm going to say they're both about the same. And it's closed water. It's a half length at the pedestrian bridge instead of a full length like we've seen the other races. And Ithaca's got its work cut out for them. If the lanes are a disadvantage, it makes it harder for them. And I say that's an if with all the conditions. We don't know what the lanes really are like. But the Carolyn Grass, the coxswain, just wants to hold a nice, tight, straight line, doesn't want to wander too close to shore, doesn't want to get caught up with Williams and wander towards them. We saw some boats this morning rowing in the puddles of the leading boat. You don't want to get there. You want to stay in good, clean water. You can see from the drone shot what I'm talking about. The boats leave a trail of puddles behind them. Stay out of those puddles. That water is not going to be as efficient to move through. Ithaca is just going to try to row its race, start to finish, keep a margin that future looking they feel like they can overcome. Walk off the docks with some hope that they're within less than 10 seconds and they got a shot at placement.
Got some ducks there flying around.
Yeah.
They may have got spooked by the rowing there.
Yeah, we've had a few geese in our time. They take them out. You got to ignore them because they just don't understand getting out of the way. The smarter birds are the cormorants and mergansers. Don't get me started on birds. All right.
Also want to give a shout out to here in the men's 1v8 to someone that you mentioned, the coxswain Carolyn Grass, is also a senior as well, celebrating senior day today.
Yep. And three of the seniors last week didn't row because of injury and other issues.
Right.
Two of those three are rowing today, so the team should be a little stronger than last week's what they're putting out. But I don't think any of those seniors are back in the varsity boat because of the time they've lost.
Right, as we're kind of heading under these two overpasses here.
Here's a turn. Yeah, you don't want Williams to really open it up here. Ithaca's got to be on the job, but you can see now after the turn, there's open water for sure now.
Absolutely.
Yep.
It's going to be a tough fight for Ithaca. Not that they're 100% out. There's a chance, but they're significantly behind right now. It's looking really like you got Williams kind of starting to run away with it.
Ithaca's staying aggressive. We're trying to see how much they clear the puddles by. And you can see they make the 8 oars make the puddles, and the next stroke you want to clear them all.
Right.
And they're clearing them all. It's not even spacing, but they're clearing them. The last week's margin against Hobart was about, if I'm correct, was 11 seconds. But see if Ithaca can keep it tighter than that in this one. That's getting closer to a 10-second margin. Maybe not quite right now. This is that third 500 where. Williams is going to be comfortable, and they just, a more seasoned crew likely.
Mm-hmm.
But Ithaca is full of freshmen, sophomores, and give them another year or two, and they could be cutting down this gap.
That was one thing we talked about a lot at the last broadcast was that Ithaca is a very young team. This team is, we only have a handful of seniors that will be celebrating senior day today. It's like you said, a lot of first years, a lot of sophomores.
Yep. And I don't know much about the Union roster, the Williams roster, but they had 3 seniors on an interview earlier, and they all rode in the second varsity boat, and so they got depth. And we saw the Williams 4s, and they go about 8 to 10 guys deeper than the Ithaca team. But there we go, 500 to go, and that's a 10-second margin solidly, maybe a little bit more.
There you go. Ithaca trying to finish strong in this race as it is coming to a close, looking like Williams will be taking the win here in this race. Of course, reminder, Williams was ranked number 1, Ithaca sitting at number 10.
One of the challenges would be if they can match this morning's time.
Right.
Ithaca rode in lane 2 this morning with a 6:12, and that would be another goal to try to match that time or better.
For sure.
But yeah, Williams has controlled this race. They're a fine crew.
There you go. I also want to take this time, again, it's up against Williams here. We also spoke to their coach. We were able to speak to a lot of different coaches for the teams today. Mark Mendel, the Williams College coach, he wanted to make sure that people knew, all the viewers that are watching. He wanted to thank Ithaca for hosting the full slate of racing with, the few races on the weekends during such a condensed spring season. He said it's great that our athletes get to go down the course twice in one day. So definitely, as we were saying, these races have been going on all throughout, starting earlier today. So it's giving a lot of opportunities here for all these different teams to compete and get out on the water in these races, in this regatta.
And even in a race that's not very tight, it's a preparation for future racing.
Mm-hmm.
Great practice for coxswains. The Ithaca course with its obstacles and nuances and stuff. Great practice for them. And lining up in a stake boat. That's where the nerves are heaviest, and getting ready to row and being able to get off the line. Those things are big factors as you go into championship racing. So those opportunities to start a race are valuable.
Absolutely. This race now coming to a close here.
The Ithaca guys put some effort in. You could see them kind of, physically breaking down a little bit. There's that little bit of, they cross the line and there's that relief, and they definitely weren't. They definitely were not throwing it in.
Absolutely. Here, Marietta and RIT setting up for the next race that we have today. We're going to make sure we can get those times for that last Ithaca race as well. I know what you were saying is it looked like it could be, more than a 10-second gap between those two teams. Ithaca may have been able to narrow it down a little bit, though, at the end.
We'll see. We'll see. I can't. It's hard to tell. We'll find out. We'll see from the earlier races. The Ithaca women were 3 seconds slower in the second race. Conditions change. The wind picks up, drops off a little bit. Now, somebody might say, the athletes are tired in the second race. They're going to be a little bit slower.
Right.
That's maybe, and particularly if it's their second race of the day, like Williams gets out ahead,
right,
or the Ithaca women got out ahead, they may not be punching that last 500, and it's their second race of the day the way they would. But normally these athletes are trained to go twice. And then in the championships, there's going to be a heat and a semifinal and a final. They got to go 3 times in a day and a half or twice in one day. And they're trained for that. There shouldn't be any slowdown in that regard. So I wouldn't think about that too much. The 3 seconds for Ithaca women is what you might expect. Just if the conditions are about the same and they're 3 seconds slower, they won easily. They didn't need to find that next extra effort. But anyways, times are kind of fun.
There you go. Marietta, like we said, up against RIT here. Marietta looks like in lane 2, RIT in lane 3, as they're getting ready any minute now to start off their race for the men's 1v8 here. Getting set on the water. One thing, Dan, I'll say, at least for these last couple races we saw, I haven't seen as many bikes on the path today.
Yeah, when the weather stinks. Yeah, you got a coach who's maybe brought his bike, but he's thinking, all right, there's a 20-mile-an-hour wind and hard rain showers. So last week we saw a dozen bikers at time riding along, and others are being a little bit more cautious. I'm going to guess this is a varsity race with RIT and Marietta. Well, Marietta coming from a long way may not have brought their bicycles.
Right.
I'm not even seeing any bikes really down in that circle in the lower right. That's where they wait for the start, right in that circle. There might have been 1 or 2. We'll see.
Great shot here from our drones. Get a good look at the Cayuga Inlet here. Take a look at our course for the day. Of course, shout out to...
Oh, and I know what they're waiting for. You know how they had those 2 races pretty close together.
Yeah.
The referees the first race has got to come down the course.
So there you go.
They're in the starting boat, ready to go. There's no referee. They're not going anywhere. They look pretty relaxed for a boat that's locked into the starting gate. Imagine if you'd watch your horse in there at the race horses and you'd say, okay, the horse, keep him in the gate for about 3 minutes. The horse would be kicking that thing down. These guys are just waiting, and they got to wait for the referee. They're running 10 minutes apart, which is just enough time for a referee to follow a race and then get down for the other race 20 minutes later.
Right.
And we saw that second women's race was delayed to the start. They started the men's right after it. Mm-hmm. And now their 2 boats are probably coming down together, the 2 referees. So
exactly.
They got to wait a bit. So.
Exactly. A little bit of time here as we're waiting. Again, here, I just wanted to continue on here. More shots from all of our cameras that we have around, our drones as well.
The drone's looking for the ref, I think.
Exactly.
Hey,
see if we can find it on there. Just a lot of ducks right now. And there we go. We can see the boat coming down right now.
All right.
So the race will be starting soon. Definitely shout out, like I said, to all of our camera operators, drone operators that we have out there today getting all these great shots for us. And, of course, shout out to our broadcast team. You can see, second ref coming down, it looks like, at the top of your screen right now, just about to head towards that bridge there. But what this means, we'll be able to get started with these races first. Hopefully those ducks can get out of the way as these boats are coming down.
They're running 2 boat races today, so there's always a free lane. So the boats warming up can have a free pass to go down lane 1. They're told what to do, stay to the right. When a race comes by, they stop rowing, so there's not going to be any mishap. They stay stationary while the race goes by. Last week we were seeing 3 boat races.
Yeah.
And they'd have 2 groups, 2 referees back to back, and they'd run them out, and then there'd be a half-hour gap to get the next 6 boats, next 2 races down there with 2 referees. But this time the referees can run them a little bit quicker. But if any little delay, then there's a delay. There's no way they're going to get ahead of schedule.
Exactly.
Not going to be able to do that.
And we got some times coming in right now for the RIT Williams Smith race here for the women's varsity 8. RIT coming in at 7:27 and William Smith coming in at 6:56.
And what we got is William Smith going 4 seconds faster in their second race.
There you go.
So that they got a little bit faster, whereas Rochester and Ithaca got a little slower, and RIT got a little bit slower. So William Smith got a little bit faster in race 2, while the other 3 women's varsity 8s moved a little more slowly. So we'll see what William Smith has got a chip on their shoulder. They had that crab last week.
Yes.
They lost a close race to Ithaca. Probably would have lost in a close margin without the crab. With the crab, made it look like a big margin.
Yep.
But they're a tough team, and they're breaking 7 early in the year. They are a contender.
Here's a great shot now. The ref finishing making the way down all the way to the end of the inlet here, so we can get this race officially kicked off for RIT for RIT and Marietta here.
Yeah, RIT, the distinctive orange jerseys.
Yes.
And Marietta rowing the yellow boat, rowing the Empacher.
There you go. We'll get set and ready to go any moment now.
They'll wait for the wake to clear. You can see the referee launched the surface of water. But right now, you look at that start and say, wow, there doesn't seem like there's any wind at all.
Right.
The trees aren't bending. There's no gusting. And the water looks smooth. So what was a nightmare day an hour before the first race at 11 a.m., this is a perfect racing day. The athletes don't want too much sun. They like the cool temperatures, and the flat water is what they really embrace. So they'll be getting going.
There you go. Time counting down now for this next race to get started on the Cayuga Inlet. The men's 1v8. I want to take this time as well. We also were able to speak to RIT's head coach, Carol Schoenecker, who said one of the favorite moments she's had while coaching the team was the collective moment watching how both the men and the women have embodied the joy and the spirit of connection that the sport can bring. One thing that we talked about last week was a lot about how you have individual members on your team, but all in the end, you're one boat rowing as one single unit, to try and get this race finished. So great to see that there.
Yeah, and that's the way it's got to be if they're going to perform well.
And the race is off here. Marietta and RIT both starting, moving down the water.
See, it always looks lane 3, that angle.
Exactly.
It looks like
it's a deceptive look.
It's a deceptive look. And Marietta is getting the jump on the early starts.
Ever so slightly.
Yep. Marietta is a favorite in this one based on the times from this morning.
Right. But we'll see. RIT definitely not out of it yet. Maintaining good movement there. I'm just watching the oars in the water. They've been both keeping a pretty decent pace here, it looks like. Moving right along, heading towards that footbridge.
Yep.
On the Cayuga Inlet here.
Yep. Marietta's the favorite. They're getting the lead, and they're rolling a little higher too, a little more aggressively. They're taking maybe a stroke or 2 per minute higher than the RIT boat. Anybody watching, I don't look at stroke watches. I should, but I'm not giving you stroke rates, so I'm just using my eye to look at the ratings.
Right.
But Ithaca, Marietta has a length. They have a length lead, and that's, again, before the 500-meter mark. So that's a sign of a superior boat in this race.
Exactly. And also, as we're watching this, I do see a couple bikes, it looks like, we have going down the side.
We got 2 spectators.
We got a few people out there today,
yep.
Even despite this weather that we have.
I'm going to guess it's a Marietta coach and a RIT coach, but who knows?
There you go.
Yeah, the rain has stopped, and you can see the dry patches on the bike path. So the rain has stopped, and it's good day for racing. And this race is, you need a broken rudder or something for the outcome to be different. Marietta is just extending its lead, looking real strong.
Yeah, RIT now. The strategy looking just to close that gap as much as they can with
Yep.
Marietta just pulling this off really in a very strong performance.
RIT, Carol, you mentioned some of a quote from her. This is her second year coaching the RIT team, and she's the head coach for both teams, men and women.
Yeah.
And I wish they'd get a little more support and she can get more help. But anyways, RIT has been a rival for Ithaca for such a long time. I was telling a couple race stories we had with them in the earlier races this morning when Ithaca matched up with RIT.
Yeah.
And we do not take beating RIT lightly. It's like something that's on our list. We got to keep those rival races and make sure we're doing our part. So that Hamilton and RIT are probably the closest rivals that race them every year, race them a couple of times, fall, a couple of times in the spring. And when we're comfortably ahead of those teams, then that's a barometer for having a really good season.
There you go. Important thing to note. One thing I'll say, too, is, Dan, just to give you some background, this morning, we were talking about the weather. You were saying how, the rain here has kind of cleared up. Of course, we have our drones out there, which is always a good sign that the weather is looking clear. I drove up from New Jersey today, and I was driving through a whole lot of rain. I'll be honest with you. I was a little worried what it was going to be like when I got up here. Luckily, as I rolled into Ithaca, the rain stopped. So I was glad to see that. I'm glad that we were able to get the drones up, get these great shots here. And, we talked about last week the impact of rain. Doesn't have a huge factor for the rowers, maybe, with the grips for, their oars and everything. But besides that, rain isn't the biggest thing. It's really more so the wind.
Yeah, for sure. Now, if the rain is really heavy and it puts water in the boat,
right?
It starts to be an issue because the crews launch and they're on the water for 40 minutes before they race, doing practice starts and getting their final warm-ups. And if it's filling with water, and so we tell the coxswains, take out sponges or paper cups and then do a little bailing during those 1 minute downtimes you have before the start. Like if it had been raining and the way those two crews were sitting at the starting line, they could have been bailing with paper cups or sponges but other than that, it's got to rain really hard, and other than that, the athletes don't the rain isn't a factor.
And pivoting back to this race here, I mean, look at this lead Marietta has right now.
Yeah,
I mean, they're just really
they're putting it on. They're putting a number on, and they came a long way to race, and they're gonna, without an opponent alongside, they're still gonna execute and row real hard.
Definitely looking like a strong finish for Marietta. RIT finishing just behind them. We'll get the race in for these times, as well as the Williams and Ithaca race that we just had earlier. Ithaca now back right here. We have, this looks like the women's 2v8 with University of Rochester up against Ithaca. They're getting set right now, just as Marietta and RIT are finishing their race. That was the men's V8. Like I said, this is the women's 2v8 that we have starting here. And we got some dogs. Yeah. We have some other spectators, non-human. That's okay, too. Coming to check things out.
They're just walking. They're not running dogs, I guess.
We've seen a lot of wildlife so far today, I'll say.
This is the boat that had the broken rudder. University of Ithaca against RIT. Early this morning, they opened up quite a large lead, and then just after the main bridge, they hit something in the water that tore off their steering skeg. And that third 500 was definitely entertainment, from drone view to entertainment, seeing the boat zigzag around.
Absolutely.
And Ithaca could not hold on. They lost to RIT because of that. So they're going to have a chip on their shoulder, and they've gotten a quick early lead here on the University of Rochester. And you would hope that nothing happens to them and they can finish off this race. Rochester, a little steering problems. They got zigzag a little bit.
Yeah, I will also say, though, I think one of the other steering things that we saw last week, I want to say, was Hamilton had some issues going around the bend at one point, almost, kind of swerving off. And it looks like right here, again, a little steering issue.
Yeah,
maybe.
it's so if you can see the little trail that the rudder leaves off the stern tip of the boat, and if it's curved at all, and you don't want to see that. They're not getting off the line. But anyways, the Ithaca would be a strong favorite in this race, and we saw from the numbers that University of Rochester only has 2 8s. And so this is their second string and their bottom part of the roster, and the top part of the roster is in their varsity, whereas Ithaca goes over 3 8s deep, and that's a big advantage, having that kind of depth.
Absolutely. I want to say, though, shout out to the coxswain here for Rochester getting that boat back on track. They look like they've been pretty straight since that little weaving early on, though.
Yep. They're going all right.
But I mean, as you can see from this shot right here, Ithaca is certainly ahead here. Tough to say from this angle, but I would say it's open water.
Yeah. No, it's definitely open water. Probably a length of open.
Yeah.
They're getting to that 10-second margin early in the race, and by the 2/3 mark, by the 1/3 mark.
Exactly.
At 7:50 right now, maybe not even there yet.
There you go. As we're watching this race, just a little look forward for what is to come next. After this, we have another women's 2v8. We'll have RIT facing off against Williams Smith, followed by Ithaca facing off against Williams. Then we will have RIT and Marietta in the men's 2v8, followed by the Ithaca 4 and RIT 4.
You can see the little serpentine course that U of R boat is taking. Now, Ithaca, getting a little bit into lane 2, but with this lead, a race that's this big a margin, they won't pay much attention to that. And Ithaca is trying to stay away from the shore, stay away from the mud. Any brown water is mud, and there's some runoff from the cross channel there. Cross channel is 750 down. There's 1250 to go. And so Ithaca stays offshore a little bit. They have to adjust to make sure they go through the right bridge abutment. It looks like they're okay to do that.
Exactly. I was out on the water with Coach Stengel last week talking about the water levels and how it was lower in certain parts, and we're able to see that here great with the drone shot that we have.
Yeah. And it's going to start moving too. With all the rain we had this morning, by the end of the races, later afterward, they should getting the races done just in time. The water will start moving. There'll be current will pick up, and there might be some debris, and it's good that they have tomorrow off so that stuff can flush itself out.
Exactly.
Yeah, Ithaca in charge as they go through that's the turn, right? The buoy. It's supposed
exactly.
To be,
I was going to say you have Ithaca exiting just as Rochester is entering. The little overpass of the 2 bridges here.
Yep.
Strong performance overall from this Ithaca team.
Yeah, so they should end their day. They've beaten 3 Liberty League opponents, William Smith last week and U of R and RIT this week, and then they've beaten Hamilton. Technically, the second varsity women, they did not beat RIT. They lost to them with that broken skeg.
Right.
They had a pretty comfortable lead and lost it. So RIT fought back. RIT will race U of R later this year if they haven't already. I'm not really aware, but the RIT's times are a little bit better. They I can't say that helped them with Ithaca having the broken rudder, because RIT was trying to figure out how to go by him. Ithaca was zigzagging and serpentining. The referee was trying to provide help to Ithaca to go straight. They couldn't do it, and RIT found was going to pass to the left and came back and passed to the right and finally did pass. And even with all that, the RIT had a faster time than U of R. So I would rank of the all 4 boats today. They didn't all race each other. The Ithaca varsity a little ahead of the William Smith varsity, and RIT varsity a little bit ahead of the U of R varsity. They're the ones that haven't raced. This is the JV, and I would guess probably the same thing. That we'll see from the JV time. So see if Ithaca is going to finish a race and have a strong time the way William Smith's JV had earlier. They were 7:07
right
earlier this morning. Ithaca was 7:49 without a rudder, so that I couldn't really compare that. But
exactly.
So there we go. Ithaca coming up on 500 to go, and there's the referee just waiting, and he'll be charging down to the starting line to take the very next race.
Exactly. So one thing we talked a little bit about earlier is, today we're running 2 lanes for the races that we have. Last week there were 3. What is the difference in idea for the amount of lanes that are utilized? Is this just to keep things, moving along so you can use that 3rd lane?
Yeah, traffic pattern it dictates that you stay to the right,
Right.
So you warm up going down the right, you come back and race on the right. So 2 lanes racing, 1 lane going down. So Ithaca hosts duels like this, and then usually when they do that, they do get a 3rd team. They have 2 duels, so everybody gets 2 chances. Or they'll one-shot deal, and it'll be a 3-way race. And they have to have gaps because you can't have a boat going down the start. You can't have a referee launch going down to the start. The inlet's not wide enough for 3 boats racing and anybody traveling the opposite direction. And that's what they did last week, a 3-way with Hamilton and William Smith. Today is a duels concept. Ironically, last week's regatta was the Cayuga duels, but that's just some history to that. But yeah, it's a great course for 2-boat racing and 3-boat racing, but you can't get bigger races.
Absolutely. So there you go. As this race is coming to a close here, it's looked like Ithaca has secured a victory here, I'd say.
We hosted a race back in the late 80s called the Ithaca Invitational.
Yeah.
And every team seems like has an Ithaca Invitational, swimming and track and field and whatnot. And we had 4 or 5 crews. And all of a sudden one year, I think it was 1988 or something, we had like 11 crews. I'm like, what did we just do? We kind of messed up. We had some events that had 9 entries. So we'd have to take 3 referees and 3 sets of 3 all go down to the starting line together and turn around and run them out. And it kind of worked. And we realized New York State rowing in the 80s was growing, particularly with the club teams, the state university teams, SUNY Albany, SUNY Binghamton, SUNY Geneseo. There were teams that were growing. So that's when we started a state championship. The next year we had a state championship. It was on the Hudson River in Albany. And I always felt like the Ithaca Invitational was the precursor to the state championship because it got too big for the inlet. So we had to go someplace else where they could race more boats at once and have a little bit more room.
There you go. Very exciting. Ithaca fitting into the rowing history of New York. Coming up here, we have RIT William Smith lining up for their race in this women's 2v8. William Smith sitting in a green boat.
Yep, they're the green boat. And the time to beat from this morning was William Smith's 7:07. And well faster than all the other 3 because the Ithaca having its mishap and RIT was, and then they handled University of Rochester. So William Smith would be the favorite, and I don't know if this race will be that close, but.
And pivoting back here, we have some results coming in from the men's varsity 8 for Williams College.
Look at the times there. That's
Ithaca
significant.
College. Absolutely impressive there from Williams College, sitting at 5:51. Ithaca College at 6:05.
Yeah, those teams both getting warmed up. I mean, Ithaca went 7 seconds faster this morning, and Williams, even though it wasn't a close race, they went 6 seconds faster than this morning. So they just used that second race to tighten up whatever they needed to work on. And there's Marietta with a 6 flat, and so Marietta went up 6 seconds faster as well. And
up 30 seconds against Rochester here.
Yeah.
6:30.
Yes, RIT 6:30. RIT this morning was a 6:36. So everybody went a half dozen seconds faster in this second race with the men's varsity. So the conditions are, well, it's probably not rain. It was raining when they rode this morning, and they didn't have to take on water. And it's probably a helpful, rather than gusty 20-mile-an-hour winds, it's a helpful tailwind, a helpful south wind that's making times perk up. Had 5:51, men's 8 by Williams. That's as good as it gets. I can think of maybe once or twice. Ithaca's course record here was a year that the current was so strong it pulled out a stake boat, and Ithaca rode like a 5:42 or something, but it was an anomaly,
Yeah.
And 5:51, I don't think I can find that more once or twice if Ithaca has broken 5:50, that
Right.
close. So good job, Williams.
An impressive showing from them, absolutely.
Yep, they're fast.
Looks like this race will be starting momentarily. We just saw the boat with the referee in it, just turning around at the end of the inlet there.
Yep.
So we'll get started here in just a moment for the women's 2v8. Lots more races to come, though, after this. As things are progressing here, like we said, the rain has been holding off for the rest of the day, which is good to see. We've had, that tailwind that you were mentioning earlier, and I think it'll be, again, the big question will be to watch and see how all these times are comparing. We've been able to see the improvements that have been made by these teams in their second races, and we're going to continue to watch that as we're moving now down, for the 2Vs as well as the 4s that we have coming up. Sitting here now, just getting everyone into position. I can see Cox and hand raised there for William Smith. Not quite ready there.
Certainly the referee's in position. He's sneaking his nose in there.
Yep. Looks like this race could start now in just a second. And there we go.
Yep.
Officially started here. RIT William Smith. Be able to get shot from the drone here. You can see.
Yeah, you can see it's William Smith jump out. And even their first 3 strokes, just clean and together. RIT had a couple of scrapes, trying to get those blades in and out of the water. The start is very rapid, high cadence. It's basically you sprint full speed like a person saying go in a 100-meter race. You're going to take off, but as soon as you get into your rhythm, then you lengthen out. But executing those quick starts and their shorter strokes, just you want to take as many strokes as you can in a short amount of time and in 20, 30 seconds to get the boat off the line. It's hard. You practice it, and it doesn't come easy. They're training for the body of the race 90% of the time, and that's the long flowing strokes. Well, off the line, you're not going long and flowing. You're punching it out to get it going. Then you settle into long and flowing. And some teams are going to have better transitions than others. This is William Smith with open water before the pedestrian bridge. So this is something we've seen. Just good, strong crew, and then a development crew.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, commanding lead here from William Smith. Looks like you were saying, the bridge kind of being a great marker here for these teams that are ahead to be. If you're open water by there, you have a pretty good shot at finishing strong.
Mm-hmm. So if we looked at the Liberty League championships later, the other 3 crews that you and I haven't seen, Ray, because we've seen 4, William Smith, Ithaca, RIT, U of R, is Union, St. Lawrence, and Skidmore.
Right.
And I'm trying to think if there's an 8th. It might be St. John Fisher, but they haven't really rode 8. So I think it might be just those 3. Skidmore raced RIT last week. So you could kind of see what their margin of victory over, and they did beat RIT, see what their margin of victory over RIT was and compare them with what William Smith and Ithaca do today, and you start to get a picture. But the pictures, again, are just for the pundits like you and me.
Exactly.
It doesn't mean anything doesn't mean a darn thing to the competitors. They're like, oh, yeah, you want 10 seconds? We'll get it next week for you. So they got to train and move forward with a lot of hope and determination. We're sitting here saying, okay, Ithaca and William Smith are the favorites, and Skidmore would be another a tough crew.
Absolutely. All right, now we're going to take a quick look outside from the boathouse. We have our shoreline reporter, Carly Kerger, with an update outside. Carly, I'll throw it to you.
All right, you guys, I'm here with Bryce and Riley, 2 captains from the Ithaca team. I talked to them last weekend, but how did your races go so far today?
They went pretty well. We had some shifty conditions, a bit of a tail, and that doesn't really happen here all that often, but we had pretty good races, pretty solid, and we're excited with the results, especially of our second race, and just excited to go to next weekend.
Amazing. Talk to me a little bit about the culture of the team and how that's been changing this season.
Yeah, we're experiencing a little bit of difficulties this season, kind of managing illness and injury, and we have a great culture, kind of like this next man up, this ready up squad. Anybody ready for any seat, any boat, any day. So that a lot of guys that are stepping up into that role. We have a really young program this year, and our first varsity 8, this guy's the oldest rower, not other than the coxswain in the boat. She's doing a great job leading the program in that boat, and we got a lot of young guys that we're kind of like bringing into the culture, and they're doing a great job kind of driving some change and building the program speed.
Amazing. And now you're a senior, right? And it's senior day. It's your last time rowing on the Inlet here at a race, right? How does that feel?
Yeah, I'm going to miss it. This program has given me a lot. Shout out to coaches Dan Robinson and Justin Stengel and Jake Lentz and really Krista Shobis, everyone who has kind of built this culture and this organization. It's been a life-changing experience, and I'm a better person for it. I love this sport. I love this program. Go Bombs.
Amazing. Well, thank you guys. Go Bombs, and good luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. Got a nice shout out there, Coach Robinson. You got a little nice from our captain.
Well, I feel bad for Carly and Riley because Carly goes, how does it feel to be here in your last race? And poor Riley can't race. He's got a cast on his head. He's got to be really bumming out. I'll point that out, too, that Riley was a stroke of the varsity boat last year. He split it at the time with Reese Peloton, who's now the current stroke. But he was an important factor in that boat to the Bombers to be missing him. You never there's no excuses, but I'm just pointing that out. He's a strong guy, a senior rower that probably would have been in that first boat, and he's missing out. If he makes a miracle comeback either in the first or second boat for the month of May in the championships, then that'll be great. He'll really appreciate that. No one will deserve it more.
Absolutely. There you go. As we're coming back to this here, the women's 2v8 continuing on, maintaining that strong lead that we saw early on here from William Smith. They're multiple boat lengths ahead now, it looked like, in this race.
Yep, it's again one of those races that really decided by the halfway point. You get them, and that's the way it is, and you'd like to have every race side by side, and it's up to the teams to draw that out of themselves during the week in practice. So here the RIT doesn't have a boat alongside them. William Smith doesn't have a boat alongside them. So they're gonna, if they're gonna get better in practice when they're alongside their 1V or 3V or whoever it is, they're alongside. They keep pushing and try to stay ahead. You got to take every stroke and give it everything you got. So, but the racing experience very valuable. I think I've said this 3 or 4 times, particularly for the coxswains.
Yes.
Coxswains getting into the stake boats, running the warm-up by themselves, being able to negotiate a foreign race course, getting them to the, that is just a huge experience for the coxswains. The coxswains probably make bigger jumps with these early season races. They're making the jumps on know-how, so when they get to a championship that's crowded and a lot of boats, they have an idea what to do. The athletes are making the jump with the physical experience, They can come out the water and say, whoa, that third 500 was really harder than what I expected it to be.
Right.
Now I'm ready for it, mentally ready. And they're just pain cave. They're just trying to push through and get a finish. So a race like this, the RIT coxswain is going to practice the sprint. The sprint's not going to be anything. There's not going to be any change in the outcome. But they want to execute for when they have that race that they're alongside. They're ready to execute. So they're going to try to bring the rating up. They're going to look at catching the water a little more sharply, being together, and not giving up on the effort. And every rower wants to give up on the effort. They train themselves to not do that.
Exactly, the matter of motivation.
That's right. That's right.
So there you go. Also, I want to pick up on another thing that Riley said as well. In the shout-out, gave a shout-out to Coach Justin Stengel for the Ithaca men's rowing team. One thing that he told us earlier when he was asked if there was any athlete that he wanted to shout out this season, he always had, all the seniors, including Riley, who was there, and he said they've all continued to push themselves and the whole program forward, saying it's the last race on the Inlet. They've led the team with positive drive maturity, ending it with once a bomber, always a bomber.
Yeah, they appreciate that. We talked about the amount of work they put in for the sport. So they're pretty. All of them are pretty emotional. They'll have a little showing here after the races, and then they'll jump in and they'll pass hugs to each other and stuff like that. That was the men's JV race on the line.
And then here we have some results as well for University of Rochester up against Ithaca College. University of Rochester finishing at 8:11, Ithaca College at 7:25. That was for the women's 2V that we had just a little bit ago. Yeah,
now that's considerably slower than the times that those boats recorded this morning. So I don't know if conditions change or both of those boats they got tired in the second half. It was one-sided and they didn't put out the effort. We'll see how the women's JV compared to William Smith. And here's the start of the men's JV.
They're off here, Ithaca and Williams. Men's 2v8.
Ithaca is stroked by a guy who was new to the sport last year. He's a sophomore. Nico Capilongo, I think is his name. And a little bit more deliberate with the starting. They're not a super high cadence to start, which is okay. If you practice that, you have your personality to how you want to run the start. So they didn't do a real high cadence. And Williams JV, they're top of the heap. I mean, they're number one program, and their second boat is the rankings are based on the top boat.
Right.
But 2 boats go to championships, and the second boat is a major part of that ranking. And Williams is just flat out terrific with their depth. And we were talking about that this morning. So they have a length lead already before the pedestrian bridge. And this morning, the Ithaca did a great job with their time, 6:20, beating RIT handily and only being 8 seconds off their varsity boat time. But the Williams 2v8 race, they were 6 flat. I mean, and they're just very close to their varsity boat, It'd just be interesting that they have the championship depth is what I'd say. This the 2 boatloads of guys that can really, really move it. And we saw there were 3 seniors in that second boat. And, Yep.
Absolutely. And talking about championships.
Maybe more.
Right.
Yeah.
Talking about championships as well, I'm curious, Dan, to hear your you and I have talked about some of your rowing memories and stories that you have. What about from championships? Any highlights from championship races?
Some of the highlights were from states, and states was just a bigger operation than it is now. There's not a lot of teams have gone to conference emphasis, so they go to the Liberty League or go to some other conference, and they're not as interested in the states. But the states was a big deal, 90s, 2000, 2010, and we had a race at Whitney Point against Marist, and Marist is a huge rival of ours, and that's when they were still going to states. They haven't gone in a few years, and we had the lead on them all the way to the very end, and they crossed the finish line, and the call by the referees at the finish line was that Marist crossed first, and I was kind of like bumming out, but they were looking at the video. They were looking at the video.
It was under review.
And then some guy says, no, he's going to change it. Ithaca's first. I said, I'm not looking at it. You get the Marist coach over there to look at it and him say, agreeing with the ref that, yep, Ithaca crossed first, then I'll take it. And the Marist coach looked at it and says, yeah. And then that was early in the time of the technology. They put a little YouTube video. It was a 30-second thing and showed this again and again, the bows crossing with the line. You could see the video, and it was, fight music, and that was a big highlight, winning that state championship by,
that's cool.
Basically 2 100ths of a second.
And real photo finish.
Yeah, and we had the lead. It was Maris was doing the one coming back.
Yeah.
Sat in the office with one of my seniors. He comes in during the week, and he's kind of his head down. He goes, I don't feel right about that race. I'm looking at him. He goes, we had the lead. It was too close, and they thought they'd won. I said, well, it's close competition. I didn't really have an answer for him. And all I knew was I was feeling pretty good about that. And so we won that state championship. So the states is a big race, big moment for us. And my last year coaching, we won states. It was clearly scaled down. It wasn't the big race that had been just 6 or 7 years earlier, but it was nonetheless a highlight. Army had won the states 5 years in a row, and we beat them. And so the states was a big race that we focused on. We spent a lot of work building that up, as it didn't exist. I told you how we kind of had the Ithaca Invitational here, and it became states, and we built it up, and we spent a lot of work. I say we, me, and a handful of New York coaches to get that going.
Right.
And anyways, that was one of my better memories, winning that by a tenth of a second.
There you go. Another championship thing that I've talked to a lot of people about is the head of the Charles. You have any experience with that? Have you ever been?
Yeah, many times, many times. And as I'm watching the Ithaca boat row now, they're pretty clean, and their timing's pretty tight. They're going to be okay. The Charles is a different animal because it's more like based on a lot of hope. You have no idea how the opponents are going to be. You have no idea if you're going to crash into a bridge or get run off course or run into another crew, which has happened multiple times. I think every 5 or 6 years you can expect some kind of physical mishap between your boat and somebody else, the way that thing goes. And we've won a few medals. We never won the Charles race. Our women did once. We've won medals a few times, which means top 3 or 4.
Yep.
And so we've had some good performances there. The last 10 years, our best performance was 2019 when we finished 10th. And that since 2010, pretty much, that was our best performance there. But the Charles is just more of a spectacle, It's kind of like, you didn't know who the rivals were and what was going to happen, and plenty of surprises. As usual, the best boats win. That's it. The best boats win. Somebody might have a crash, but the top boats are the ones at the top of the. Yeah, Williams is just superior. It just shows what a good crew they are when they can win the 2V by this kind of a margin against what I think is a pretty good-looking 2V. I think Ithaca is clearing puddles well.
Yep.
They're doing a nice job of getting out the puddles. They should be bringing the rating up right here. And so they're not doing too bad. But, yeah, that's going to be a 20-second margin for Williams, which is what it was. When they weren't racing, Williams did a 6 flat and Ithaca did a 620.
Right.
Early in the season, sub 620 would be a good goal for the 2V8s.
There you go. Now coming to the last marker here for this race, as it is going to be coming to a close here.
Yeah, good view for the Ithaca boat. Hats off to Williams, though. they have speed. Period. It's a well-deserved #1 rank.
Absolutely. RIT Marietta lining up now for their next race.
Yeah, and this is the JV race, and it's that Marietta JV stayed right with the Williams JV, and they rode a 6:03. So this is not bound to be a close race. This could be one of the wider margins of the men's races. RIT can't match that speed that Marietta has.
There you go. Some more times coming in now for the women's 2 V8. We have RIT at 7:53. William Smith, with 7:18.
Yeah. So the William Smith time 7 seconds better than the Ithaca time, and William Smith slowed down by 11 seconds from this morning, so the conditions are a little different there. It's funny that the men's varsity 8s all went faster in their second race, but now you got these 2 Vs, and by and large they all went slower in their second race, and that could be conditions. It probably is, with the wind a little stronger and not quite so much, but also 1 Vs, they're fitter. So the varsity guys, the more times they race a 2V, they're going to pull up. You're not going to keep racing them over and over again. But if you're going to compare multiple races, you'd expect the 1Vs a little fitter, capable of improving on their time. The JVs can too. We'll see what that Williams JV race was. But anyways, it's just interesting. You can't trust times completely.
Right.
Absolutely.
For sure. That's something that we've said a lot, I feel like. Throughout.
That's right. Well, you and I are sitting here. We're not out there rowing, so
exactly.
Look at times. We're fooling around with times, having fun. Just like later on, we'll check what the baseball scores are.
Exactly.
We're not playing it though. So, anyways, fun. It's fun to talk about times. That's what makes it a pleasure to be here and seeing these races. But the kids are putting out real effort, and those are. I don't know if you've seen it. I've been around forever here, but you're relatively new watching this stuff.
Yeah.
Does it look like they're putting out effort? People tell me, and I agree, rowing is one of these things that's, they look so fluid and smooth, and they don't look like they're putting out any effort at all. And I can tell you, 25 to 30 strokes in their race, these guys are exhausted.
Yeah.
They're just, the legs are burning, and they're puffing and puffing. And but rowing has that kind of feel to it. It doesn't look like you're putting out effort.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's one thing I will say is, as I've kind of gotten more and more into rowing to get more into the sport, at first I was right there. I was like, man, that's like, they're just going back and forth, nice and easy down the water. The more and more you see is that it takes just how much dedication, effort it is to really get, both mentally and physically into the shape for, a sport like this to take off and go, all these, 2,000 meters.
Absolutely. And there's we got to start. And look at that. RIT.
Close so far.
Yeah. Marietta did not win the start. It's like they're pretty much dead even for 15 strokes. Now, what's going to happen in the second half, I don't know. But I just got finished saying this is a Marietta's a big favorite. They may have emptied their tank, though, trying to chase Williams in that close race earlier this morning. But well, I'm glad RIT's staying with them for a little bit because we've been looking for some closer race. Now Marietta's starting to creep out. So.
Yeah, they're getting ahead just ever so slightly.
Yeah, they're gonna creep the rest of the way, I think. But that was they didn't necessarily win the start. RIT was dead even with them with the start. Now they're settling into the base. By the time they get to this pedestrian bridge, they're kind of in their base.
About a boat ahead.
Yeah,
almost,
now they're walking away, starting to move away.
But definitely one of the closer starts that we've seen, at least for the second half of
we had a good view.
The
good drone shot, putting those two boats side by side.
Absolutely.
So RIT generated some energy there, but Marietta's the better boat here. So
yeah, RIT putting it, but you could just see in the difference there.
A little bit of you got to for the coxswain got to hold that tight line.
Yeah,
a little bit of
RIT
a little
boat.
bit of oval from RIT.
Yep.
Well, that tight line means a lot in a lot of racing situations. So the championship courses will have a buoy line like a swim meet, between boats. They can't, it's very obvious. If you didn't, they'd be crashing all the time.
Right.
But you don't want to be playing with those lane lines. You want to hold a nice, tight, straight line, and that's the way the boat's going to go fastest.
Exactly. To go along with what you were saying earlier, too, Marietta here, again, really just they have a strong crew here, honestly, for this boat. They've been able to really just take advantage of, getting ahead ever so slightly as they approach the underpass and move strong forward.
Yeah, they're clearly the better boat. And
exactly.
RIT, though, just wanted to work on its start and get something going in the first 15 strokes to see if they could see what they get with top speed.
Yeah, definitely credit for RIT, though, for their start to, to match Marietta.
Yep.
As we're heading down the water here. Again, more races to come. The next, that'll be right after this, we'll have Ithaca 4 and RIT 4 facing off. And then beyond that, Williams Rochester will be facing off. Then Williams and Marietta, that'll be lots of more to come as we continue heading now to this second overpasses here. As you can see already, Marietta making it through, RIT just entering.
Oh, they did. Yeah, they did mix up after the two Vs, the men's races and the women's races get mixed up a little bit. They get jumbled up. The three Vs not all the 3V athletes are going to get two races, and they just a second race for selected athletes. So the only other women's race left is a 4.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a 3v8 race that William Smith beat Ithaca earlier, but the 4, they're going to have a 4 with Ithaca against RIT, and then that's it. So
and we do have some finalized lanes coming in as well now to see where all the teams will be lined up. We'll be following along with all that as we continue along with our coverage here. RIT now behind significantly.
Yeah, they don't quite have the depth to have a second boat that can row that second half of the race really intensely. Those guys are staying together, but they're not getting past the puddles. They're landing right in their puddles. I don't know if you can see, but when the blades drop in the water, you look at the stern pair, the stroke and 7.
Yep.
And are they clearing the puddles from the previous stroke? They're landing right in the puddles of the 2 in bow, the two 1 and 2 seats in the bow. They're landing right in there. And we saw some boats clearing that, and that's what you want to be doing. If you're landing, you're not quite getting the same boat run. And that could be horsepower, and it could be just technique in between strokes.
And we were talking about, Marietta here, obviously with a strong performance. I want to shout out what their coach said. Greg Muir was talking. He was asked about a favorite moment with the team while coaching. He said there wasn't a single moment, but he said currently it's the competitive fire that these athletes have shown as we've gotten back on the water. He was saying how with the D3 rules, they no longer take a winter training trip, so a lot of the selection is happening now as their season is beginning at the same time, which I think is interesting. But again, now you're seeing this strong performance from Marietta.
And absolutely my favorite thing about coaching, so that my favorite thing was going to practice when we're on the water, not the training, the other stuff. We're on the water, 2 boats, and the 2 boats were close to each other.
Yeah.
And sort of like our favorite thing last week was watching those 2 races when the boats went all the way down at William Smith side by side.
Yep.
My favorite thing in practice, period. Having 2 men's boats in practice, I'm following them, and they can't shake each other.
Yep.
And we do multiple races, multiple pieces, and training opportunities. And it took you a while. You'd say, okay, I don't want to really make my first boat lineup. I don't want to separate my fast guys because I want these people, all 16 guys, to work hard. So I keep mixed lineups. and then as over time you make your mixed lineups and maybe they're not as close. You realize, I guess I didn't mix them right, But that was my favorite thing by far. It just every day, Greg said it, the competitive fire that the athletes have when they're rowing, and you're the coach sitting next to it in the launch and being able to advise them and push them on and encourage them and all that stuff. That was the best part of crew practice, best part of my my crew existence.
There you go. Great input there.
I can remember rowing, and I think that's important too. You row and you're out with some practice, and the coach wouldn't say anything. You could be doing a drill, you could be doing anything.
Yeah.
But all the times you're kind of looking at that other boat and you're saying, we're staying ahead of them. We're staying ahead, or if they're ahead of you, you kind of turn to see where they are. We got to catch up to, every stroke you took was to try to help your boat catch up. And you knew that you had to row smoothly and row together. You couldn't be looking out of the boat. You had to, but you just pulled hard. You worked hard so that the boat, it's boat racing. You got to have their boat in first place, not in second. You just kept pushing all the time.
Exactly. And this race just finishing up here, Marietta coming in first place, as you were just talking about.
And RIT is going to get better. I mean, they got a young coach. And
absolutely.
anyways.
All right, we're going to throw once again to our shoreline reporter, Carly Kurger, with another interview. Carly, I'll let you take it away from the Cayuga Inlet.
All right, we're here with some lovely members of the Rochester team. Can you guys all share your names?
Michaela.
Anushka.
Ella.
All right, how were all of your races here today?
It was great. It was great to be on the water after an intense spring training session back in Clemson, and it's been great being on the water.
Amazing.
Yeah, today was my first time stroking, so I had a lot of fun out on the water today.
To echo that, also a lot of fun, and it was great just like following our plan and committing to each other.
Amazing. What are all of your personal goals so far for the season?
Be fast, be loud, and be committed.
Period.
My goal was to PR on my 2K, which I did.
Amp up the intensity and just keep going at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you guys totally killed it out there. What has your training process been like so far for this season?
Since being back from Clemson, we've been on the water and also spending time on the erg, so we're committing every single morning, 6 a.m., and we're just putting in the meters.
Amazing.
Yeah, before Clemson, before our spring break trip, we were mostly on the erg doing sessions in the morning, so that was fun.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're just kind of, off the ergs, relearning how to be together, and we're just having fun with it, honestly.
Amazing. Well, good job today, guys, and good luck with the rest of your season.
Thank you so much.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Carly, for that. And one thing from there I want to point out is they were talking about the members from the Rochester team there, talking about their spring practice they had was in Clemson. The Ithaca's team was out in Georgia for their spring break for their practice before the official season began. Dan, what were those practices like for you? Where was that in Georgia as well, like that first chance to get on the water for the Ithaca team when you were coaching?
Oh, yeah, the spring break was the beginning of the spring season. You did all this training. You couldn't wait to get on the water.
Yeah.
You couldn't wait. And I think I mentioned last week, you get about as much time in a week at the southern climates where it's no classes and you got double sessions and stuff, that it would take almost 3 weeks of northern time to get the same amount of time on the water, like 2.5 to 3 weeks of northern time. So, yeah, we'd go there kind of scrambled. We'd come back with lineups almost set and ready to race. I had to they mentioned goals, and that I liked the woman in the middle talking about her PR and the time of the erg. But the goal inside I had to myself, and I'm thinking, I've been talking about rivalries and how they're really a big deal. I wish they had said, our goal is to beat RIT. That's the neighbor, and I hope the RIT kids say, yeah, beat U of R. They're neighbors. They're on the river. They saw today that those could be really close races. And I'm sure they're going to race each other if they haven't already. But I think that it's probably coming up, and I just think that's fine. They're right not to have their goal focused on somebody else's performance.
Right.
But that's what I was saying. I said, yeah, beat RIT. That's what U of R wants to do. So RIT wants to beat U of R, and Ithaca we want to beat Hobart someday. So
there you go.
That's right.
We just had some results come in on your screen just a second ago. We had Icy and Williams, the men's 2v8. Icy coming in at 6:27. Williams sitting at 6 minutes. You can see that on your screen right now for that final time for that race.
Yeah, that's amazing that the Williams 2v rowing 6 flat twice. And in the second race, Ithaca slowed down 7 seconds. That they are a good 2v. They're formidable, and they're going to be very tough to beat. I'd call them a favorite just on the way they get off the line, the way they get ahead, and getting ahead, they still finish the race with a terrific time. They were challenged by Marietta, so we'll see if the Marietta could put up the same effort in their second race and approach that time. But Williams, without being challenged, did a 6 flat. And the challenge is critical to the time. There's no doubt if you have a bullet alongside you and you're beating yourself up, you could shave 2, 3, 4 seconds off your time just because you're pushing. Whereas a race that's one-sided and decided with 500 meters to go, who knows how fast you're rowing at the end. The well-trained teams, the fit teams are holding their times. And, the Williams JV is doing a great job.
Absolutely. Also, we have this next race coming up here. This is the last of the women's races that we have for today. Ithaca up against RIT here. But before this race will kick off, Dan, you pointed out they were talking about their goals. You had said that, you were a rower. What were some of your goals that you had back when you were rowing? What was your?
I wanted to win the race at the Dad Vale Regatta. The Dad Vale, which Ithaca no longer attends, it still exists, is the largest collegiate regatta, and it was this kind of open championship. If you weren't in one of the Division I leagues or whatnot, then everybody was invited to the Dad Vale, and it just grew and grew. It was this huge race, and it was a blast.
Yeah.
And you'd have in the big events, you'd have a heat, then a semifinal, and a final. So three races over 2 days. Teams from all over the country was taking place in Philadelphia. Wanted to win a Dad Vale, and made it to the finals a couple times, but didn't win. The closest the boat I was, it was a 5th place finish. And I look back at that and say, well, that's pretty good 5th place. But we wanted to win that darn thing, and we, 1 year we were undefeated. Back then, it's no internet, so you had no idea. The only way to get a rowing result was find a Philadelphia Inquirer or Ithaca Times, look on the standings page of the newspaper on page 12 at the bottom next to the horse races, and they might have a few crew results. and so there was nothing, you thought, we had a good piece on today on our inlet against our rival Marist. We must be really good. We had no idea what the boats were doing, no clue at all. So I guess looking back, 5th place for our best finish at the Dad Vale was pretty good.
Yeah.
But that was it. Win at the Dad Vale. Since then, we've expanded. We do a different championship. The Dad Vale is a huge regatta. But we have our New England things and New York State championships and different goals.
There you go. Women's 4 here taking off. We have Ithaca and RIT. Ithaca starting strong here, sitting in lane 2. They're being able to pull ahead a little bit here against RIT.
I see those Ithaca blades. You can see those blue and white stripes very clear. I still say the Ithaca blades are the best for picking out at any regatta. The contrast and just one big stripe in the middle, white on either side, you can really read them. And so we know which boats in lane 2, unlike before when we were mistaken at one point. Riley and I were watching the 4, and we weren't exactly sure who was in what lane. But there's Ithaca on the left and RIT on the right. These 2 crews would be the depth, the third string. Ithaca rode a 3rd string varsity earlier today. And I know they have 4. These are probably 4 separate students. Maybe somebody's repeating, but these are the 4 that didn't get a race earlier.
Right.
And the RIT, I would imagine the same thing. They've had 2 8s, and this could be their 3rd string group.
There you go. Approaching that footbridge there. Ithaca looking ahead at this current moment. Going to try and keep that strong lead through the rest of this race.
I've noticed that with the 4. And the Ithaca 3V, both last week and in their race earlier today, I thought they rode very long and fluidly. They're very smooth. So the next step is to get more speed, I guess, would be just to feel confident with your horsepower.
Right.
But I knew there was novices in this boat and there's novices in that 3V, and the 3V, lost last week, this week, but they rode well. So they just get more aggression and horsepower into their strokes.
Right.
But yeah, that takes time. Everything takes time. So these are pretty young crews, these guys.
Right. And also I want to talk about, these being 4s compared to 8s. So that was something that we didn't see last week when we were here doing this. So what is the difference in strategy from a coaching perspective when you're looking at 8 people in a boat versus 4?
The strategy isn't really different.
Yeah.
It's just the boat is different, and it's a matter of comfort. You play around, and it's I guess in a 4 right away I'm thinking, can we balance it? Can we balance it well enough to row it? Can we row together? So that reasonably together, the oars going in and out together, they're balancing well enough. I've sent out 4s where they just balance terribly and have a difficult time.
Right.
The 8s balance easier.
Right.
I mean, balance is a deal, but not as big a deal as it is in the 4. So when you approach the 4, you say, let's get it balanced. Then we can start, they got to row hard either way, but they got to figure out do whatever you can to get it balanced. The 8, the 8s, you can have 5 people that are good at balancing and 3 who are just sluggers that pull hard, and you may not throw the balance off. And you still, balance is important in the 8s for sure, but they're easier to balance.
There you go. I'll say to bring in some of my while we're talking about balance, some of my expertise. I don't know, Dan, if you're a golfer at all, but I've played a lot of golf. I'm a big fan of the sport. Balance is also very important there too, so that's definitely something I can relate to in a different sense than this, but
Sure. Oh yeah, it's that's what they always say, that the athlete's stance.
Yep.
have a good base, get your core situated. Here you got a good base because you're sitting on your butt, but yeah, and going backwards it's a
right.
So, but you're right, good. Balance is in all sports, just having that coordination.
Exactly. As we're coming over these two bridges, or under rather these two bridges here, we can see Ithaca still with a strong lead over RIT.
This race is still close enough. I mean, because we've seen races that have been bigger margins.
Yeah.
This race is still close enough, and it being a 4 and it being beginners, you could see a result flip. Something could happen.
Right.
We saw the crab last week
Yes.
in a Williams Smith boat, and that was a varsity boat.
Mm-hmm.
Crabs of that nature are more likely to happen in a third string boat in a 4,
right,
which has got balance problems. So Ithaca has to row hard, stay aggressive, because these kids are still fighting to come from behind.
Right.
But they have to row carefully. They have to
yes.
row skillfully and make sure they're in command of the boat. They're controlling the boat. Don't let the boat's wobbles control them.
Right.
So they got to establish the boat balance with every catch. Every time they stick the blade in the water, it gives you a little stability. So they got to stick it in together and pull through together.
Absolutely.
So things can happen in 4s. That's
right.
still a comfortable lead for Ithaca, but if there were any panic or any big mistakes, then this result could flip.
Yeah, for sure. And talking about catching that crab, a little more of a funny note, I'll say I was telling people about the broadcast, that we were doing, and said how, we had this great race, and then, they caught a crab, and it changed, the finished look at everything. And they looked at me and said, they caught a crab. How'd they do that? What did it, attach to the oar?
With a lobster basket.
Yeah, right. So I had to give them a little bit of the explanation for the meaning of that. But just a funny moment of some people who may not understand doesn't mean catching an animal.
Yeah, that's right. The blade gets in the water, and there's a lot of force in the blade, and so the water traps the blade.
Yeah.
And you got to be able to push it to get the boat going and then get it out cleanly. If you don't get it out, the blade stays in the water. The force of the boat just keeps the blade going against the boat, and the handle's going to come straight at the athlete. And I brought it up last week. It can do that. If it gets in the athlete's gut, it can pry them right out of the boat. We've had people thrown out of the boat.
Right.
So catching the crab is the water just grabbing onto the blade. And, there are crab examples through the ages of rowing, through the last 40 years I've seen. It's almost unbelievable what a crab can do. It's the other thing, though, is sometimes you get mini crabs. A little crab where it catches for a second. The athlete gets the oar out of the water, and the boat kind of comes to a brief halt, and then they stir it up again.
Right.
And I've seen the energy, the adrenaline in that crew. The crew takes off.
Yeah.
It starts going all out. They think they've blown the race, and they go start passing people.
Yeah.
And so, if you but you don't want to fool with crabs. Crabs usually it's a bad result. And I've seen them get launch athletes right out of the shell into the water. So that's why rowers need to know how to swim.
Right, exactly. Yeah, luckily last week we didn't get anyone thrown out of the boat, which was a good thing.
Yeah.
But definitely recommend, to take a look at our previous broadcast that we did. You can see that, but also all the moments that we had for all the teams that were here last weekend, being Hobart and Williams Smith, as well as Hamilton and Ithaca College, all facing off for the Cayuga duels.
Yep.
You can check that out. But here we're coming to the close here of this race. Ithaca still in a good lead over RIT. RIT maintaining, a strong pace here, but doesn't look like they'll be overtaking just yet.
Yeah, Ithaca's in good command here.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with the way RIT is rowing, though. They're rowing
Exactly.
together. They seem like they're balancing the boat well enough to get their blades in and out together, and so they're getting something.
Yeah, good shot of the team there.
Now you got a little a bump in the water. It's a south wind.
Yeah.
It's still if it's headwinds slow races down way more than tailwinds speed it up.
Mm-hmm.
And if Williams is a 6-minute flat crew, and then with a tailwind they do a 5:51 like today, that's 9 seconds of speed up. If they have a raging headwind, they could be 6:30 or 6:40. It could slow them down 30 or 40 seconds, and that's not uncommon with a wicked wind. I'm seeing bumpy water here.
Yeah.
The bumpy water slows you down. So even if you have a tailwind, the tailwind helps, but you can't maximize it because the waves are rocking the boat a little bit, and the tailwind causing a little bit of rush through the boat. It's a rush is something that rowers feel in the boat. Anyways, so tailwinds don't help as much as headwinds slow you down.
Right.
And you can see the bumpy water there.
Exactly. Approaching the end of this race right here for the women's 4.
Yep.
Next on the docket will be what do we have next? Williams and Rochester, it's looking like, for the men's 4v8.
Yeah, and that's going to be the same Rochester 8 we saw earlier. Raced a faster Williams boat. Rochester trying to get their men's program has gotten very small, so that they're going to race.
Absolutely. Yeah, and then we do have our shoreline reporter Carly Kerr with some more, so I'm going to throw it right to her now.
All right, you guys, from Williams College, we have Owen and Quinn. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing really, really well, yeah. Had a couple awesome races and super happy to be here.
Yeah, what races were you guys in today?
We were both in the men's varsity 8. We raced against Marietta College and then Ithaca College for the second one.
Amazing. What are your guys' personal goals for the rest of the season?
Oh, man. I mean, that's a great question. Really, we're just looking to improve. Today, we're really dialing in, and this was really our first couple of race pieces of the year, so we're excited to go upwards from here.
Amazing.
Yeah, exactly what Quinn said. Treating every single week like another practice run so that we can keep on building for our kind of final races at the end of the season.
Is there something specifically you're focusing on in practices and training right now?
Well, I think something that we did a really good job of improving on from the first piece to the second piece was just the aggressiveness through the middle. We all knew that was something that we could improve on, and then the second race we all did it, so couldn't ask for anything more out of the crew for that.
Awesome.
Absolutely. It was totally, our coach said in between that we really had to focus on our bridge-to-bridge attack, and I think on the second piece we really dialed that in, and then also worked on our sprint.
Awesome. Do you guys have any shout-outs to give to anyone watching the live stream at home?
Definitely to my parents, my girlfriend, and all my family back home.
I mean, I hope my family is watching this. It's been a little while since the race, but my dad went to Cornell, and he's always saying that it was always kind of like cold and dark around here, but honestly, I've been thinking it's really beautiful.
Well, thank you very much. All right, you guys, well, good luck with the rest of your racing season.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much for that, Carly. Dan, what's your takeaway there?
Yeah, really beautiful. I tell you, rowers don't mind bad weather.
There
it's
you
not
go.
A big deal. It's the gray skies. Who cares? A little wet, no problem.
Yeah.
If you can run the race, then it's a good place to be. And they recognize Ithaca as a good place to be racing.
Exactly. And I want to pull out one thing that was mentioned. Talking about the bridge-to-bridge attack. Would you break that down for me?
Yeah, well, they had their first race.
Yeah.
They say, what do we work on? We won that race comfortably. But they felt if they feel like they had a sag in the middle of the race, it's the part that we talked about last week, the third 500.
Exactly.
That bridge to bridge here, the bridge is just about 1,000. The next bridge is about 1,300, 1,250. So they're saying that hard, heavy part of the race, which could be exhausting, they're ready to fight through. Then mentally they were prepared for that, and then they executed a sprint at the end. But yeah, that's what you do with these races, and you say, okay, as a crew, you evaluate. The coach isn't really helping you on this one.
Right.
The coach Justin today is working like crazy to make sure logistics are operating smoothly. So we can't tell his crew. He didn't really see. He might watch the video and see later.
Right.
But so those guys with their coxswain are saying, okay, how can we be better? And the coach will listen in because he probably didn't see him. And the athletes say, yeah, we felt a little weak, a little soft. The rowers know how it feels and how it's supposed to feel, especially good senior rowers.
Right.
And they're going to have something to say. It says, we got to be better here. This was not sharp. This was not clean. You know, we watch this on the video, and even I have a good eye for it. I can't tell if they think it's sharp during that. You know, it looks sharp. I can tell good rowing, bad rowing. But the athletes themselves will know in a race that part was really crisp. We really hit it. When the coxswain made this call, we were right on top of it. When the coxswain didn't make the call, or we just didn't, this was a part that we sagged. Let's work on this.
Right. We got some results coming in now as well for the men's 2v8. We have RIT coming in with 6:42, Marietta with 6:05.
There we go. And that was with the 2Vs, and Marietta slowed down by 2 seconds. There you got a good JV boat, and it shows right there. And RIT slowed down, speed up. RIT was 5 seconds faster.
Yeah.
So they went just a little bit faster. Ithaca was 7 seconds slower. So Ithaca had the biggest drop off. 7 seconds drop off. RIT 5 second improvement. Marietta 2 second drop off. and Williams with the exact same time.
Yeah.
So, just for fun, once again, just to play around with times and
Exactly.
get an idea, something that they can talk about on the bus on their way home.
Right.
Can do, so.
There you go.
Yeah, they're not when they talk about segments of the race they want to fix. They're probably not judging time.
Right.
I take it back. There's the equipment that a coxswain has. They have segments. They can look at splits, but it's whether they're getting the information accurately from that split. Can they trust it 100%? Maybe they are. But I think their thoughts about what they want to work on is just feel from race to race like that. When it's 2 races back to back, and you're not having a week of practice in between, it's like, okay, what did we feel this first race? What do we want to work on? And that was from the varsity crew. Those are guys they had a fast time this morning, and they had an even faster time this afternoon.
Right.
So they must know what they're feeling. They're feeling the right thing, and they're pretty good at it.
Yeah, and we're going to throw right back to Carly again, talking to a couple other rowers. So, Carly, I'll let you take it away, our shoreline reporter.
All right, you guys, back again, this time with
Marshall Adams.
Max Stetzer.
from Ithaca. Now, what races were you guys in today?
So we are bow pair in the Ithaca 1V.
Awesome. How was that race for you guys?
We raced RIT first and then Williams second. I think both races went pretty well. What do you think?
Yeah, we got off to a pretty good jump in the first one, and then Williams got us off a little bit of a jump in the second one, and then you have very quality racing from both the teams, and we're very happy with how we raced today. We stayed very gritty, and good experience to be out here again.
Amazing. And what are your guys' personal goals for the rest of the season?
Definitely want to win Liberty Leagues again, go back to back, make the IRA, and hopefully grand final at IRAs. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely same as Marshall, setting the tone for the next few years of Ithaca rowing at Liberty Leagues. And also, I'm just super excited to race. I love the spring season, and like no matter where we go, I'm just super excited to be here. And yeah.
Amazing. Well, go Bombs, and good luck with the rest of the season, you guys.
Thank you so much.
All right, back to you guys.
That was a great interview there. Got left hanging, though, unfortunately, there. But let's talk about what they were saying. They were talking about Liberty Leagues and the IRAs as well. So, obviously, Ithaca performed very well at Liberty Leagues last year, right?
Yep.
They were able to win that.
Yep.
Talking about the IRA, and we're not talking about the Irish Republican Army. What is the IRA for those who may not know?
Intercollegiate Rowing Association, and it's been the championship for since the 20s. It's if you read The Boys in the Boat. There we go.
They got the high five there.
If you saw the movie Boys in the Boat or read
Yes.
The Boys in the Boat, the University of Washington came east to row on the Poughkeepsie Hudson River. That was the IRA.
Right.
They had this just big championship, and that's still the Division I championship. But they've added a D3 race. They added it 3 years ago.
Yep.
And last year Ithaca went for the first time, and so they were proud to have made it. There was 8 teams got chosen, so they made it and finished 7th. They want to go back and do another level. So the
Right.
IRA is Intercollegiate Rowing Association.
There you go.
NCAA does not sponsor men's rowing as a championship sport. So it's there's no NCAA championships like they have for the women's rowing. They do have it, but not for the men.
There you go. Lining up now, we have Williams and the University of Rochester for their fours getting ready here on the water. They'll be starting off in just a second. We saw the ref boat getting into position as well. And they're off. The race has started here. We'll get a shot from above hopefully in just a second here. There it is.
So that's Marietta on the right. And so we're thinking maybe Williams is on the left. I think it's this race right here. So
okay.
Marietta's on the right in lane 3, and the checkerboard blades, you can see them,
there you
blue
go.
and white, can just make them out. And Williams with the dark blades, purple, and interesting. They're labeled A boat, and if we're going by the labels, I didn't get that Williams time, so we're not going to have a time there to see what that is. But the Williams, it could be their next 4 guys after their 3v8 that they could mix things up.
Right.
The 4s are going to be the guys at the bottom of the roster, and the coach could mix them up in different ways. But so this is just a match for these guys to compete. And Marietta's 4 is rowing fine. And Williams clearly leading, but not just walking away from.
Absolutely. Keeping it competitive here.
We had one more 8 race we were expecting between Williams and University of Rochester, and who knows, it might be a hiccup there or something.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that one.
We'll have to hold on that for now, but this race will be continuing here. Williams up ahead as of right now.
Those two guys they interviewed for Ithaca, they're both sophomores. They rode in the bow pair of the varsity 8, and that's what I'm going to say about the youth of the varsity 8. Now,
right.
We talked about the seniors that and a couple of guys that could be in there if they were fully healthy, but that boat raced with one junior, Captain Bryce, who we met last week, and he's in there, and then I think it's 4 sophomores and 3 freshmen. And the only senior is the coxswain, Carolyn Grass. It's a young boat, and Max was right. He goes, he can't wait for the next couple of years. He knows they're going to get better and better. And they're pretty excited. They're rowing with a lot of enthusiasm.
Right.
And their times are okay. They're doing 6:05, nothing to be ashamed of there.
Absolutely. As we're continuing here, I want to talk. Dan, you and I, we talked a little bit about your experience rowing. We've talked a lot about your coaching side, but also as a rower, how has that really impacted your coaching, but also how you've looked at these races that we've been watching?
As a rower, it's going back so long, that a lot of coaches might have continued sculling and doing some rowing. I never really did a lot of rowing after I graduated. I exercised different ways. I went out in a single just a few times. So didn't do a lot of rowing after I graduated. For me, what drove me to coach rowing is just love of competition.
Right.
And I kind of alluded to that, like when I was in a boat, I looked to where the other boat was. I always knew where the other boat was. I had said, our boat's got, even in practice doing something slow, we got to stay up, we're going to do this. And I knew I was bettering myself with the work I put into it. I'd get feedback that way. But after that, as soon as I retired from rowing, I'm now watching baseball and going to Ithaca lacrosse games and doing all sorts of stuff because I just get great deal of pleasure watching competition.
There you go.
And I don't know what it is, and I have no problem going to Ithaca sporting events, and I go to Cornell sporting events, and I do some other things. I just really like it. And rowing is competition. It's one of the things we see on the surface is there's a lot of skill. Rowing together, very challenging. You have to practice and practice and practice, but you can row as nicely as you want. You want to be ahead of somebody. I don't think there's anybody. Older masters are rowing for exercise, but everybody that's youthful is going to row to make a boat go fast. And, they want to compete. So that's I guess that's it. I just liked competing. That was too much fun.
There you go. As we're approaching another bridge here, continuing along this race. Excuse me for the. Williams Marietta 4s. Williams in lane 2.
In command, in command. 2 good-looking 4s, though. 2 boats that row, both pretty good. I actually, looks to me like Marietta's actually a little bit cleaner. Not splashing quite as much. Can't really tell about the balance from the drone, but it looks to me like they're balanced. They're not tapping water in between. Williams a little bit more aggressive and not as precise, especially on the starboard side. But, they're doing it with power, and the things they need to do correctly, they're doing them well, or else they wouldn't be moving fast.
Yeah.
There are aesthetical things you try to work on, but if it's just aesthetics, then who really cares? Are you making the boat go fast?
Right.
So, anyways, this is a typical 4s race, and it's competitive. Those boats are challenging to row, so I respect the job that Marietta is doing to stay in this race and row the boat well.
Absolutely. Making past the mark of that last check mark there, I believe.
They hit a buoy. Did you see the Marietta?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
That buoy. And fortunately, no crab. The rower there that hit it isn't going to have a mishap.
There you can see the Williams team.
Yeah. They're rowing at a pretty low rate, not real aggressive, but you can say sending the boat out. They've got some good horsepower in that boat.
Absolutely. As this race comes to a close, coming up next, we will be seeing, looks like, what do we have next on the docket? Williams and RIT. Williams 4 and RIT 4 coming up next.
If they skip the 8 or they're bringing them back or something.
That could jump back in.
Yeah, that could jump back in.
As of right now, that's what we're seeing in here.
So at the most 3 races to go, maybe only 2 more races to go.
Right. Yeah, still a little up in the air for now, but we'll make sure we bring it all to the viewers out there.
An odd day today because there haven't been a lot of close races.
Right.
By far the closest was the early first round men's 2v8, 3-second margin between Williams and Marietta. But nothing else has been closed water. It's been overlap.
Yep.
And just the way that sometimes happens in rowing. You know, you see a basketball game and one team's better than the other, and they win by 15 points. Not necessarily a blowout, but not a hair raiser either.
Right.
Rowing is going to be the same thing. If you have the little margins, team could win by 10 seconds. It's just a better.
This race now coming to a close. Those finishing buoys ending it off here. We'll get the times in for this race shortly.
Yep.
Now getting set.
Another
Williams
four.
and RIT with the other four.
Yep.
They'll be getting set in line right now. But before they get started, let's throw it once again to our shoreline reporter, Carly Kerriger, who has a couple more interviews down there. Carly, I'll let you take it away.
All right, you guys, I'm here with Isa and Danny from William Smith College. How are you guys doing?
Great.
Feeling good. What races were you guys in today?
I was in the varsity 8 race.
Me too. I was in 3B.
Amazing. How are you guys feeling about your performances?
Really good. I think that we were able to lock in and focus on our technical cues and apply the power. So we're really happy with everything that we were able to do today.
Yeah, I could say the same for my boat. We worked on a lot of things practice-wise over the week, and I think we really displayed that today. We all left the water pretty confident.
Awesome. Now, Isa, you're team captain. Tell me a little bit about that role.
Yeah, I mean, our goal is just to get 1% better every single day and focus on our process. We've been doing that, and it's a true privilege to be a team captain for the people on my team. They make me feel motivated, and the team's never been as good as it is now. So.
Amazing. And what are your guys' personal goals for the rest of the season looking forward?
Just to keep improving, keep getting better every single day. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I could say the same. I'm relatively new to rowing, and so every day is a new experience, and I just hope to keep getting better and better.
Amazing. Well, best of luck to you both for the rest of the season. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Carly.
I got to give Carly the Hustle of the Day award. She's coming up with these interviews, and you know that those rowers are not just standing in line waiting there. She's running around the boathouse grounds and rounding people up. So thanks, Carly. These interviews are great.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Carly. Also, providing us with some other things to talk about with those two rowers from William Smith. They were here, of course, last week as well for the Cayuga duels. So talking about their focus on improvement. Also, it's interesting to see talking to a captain and someone who's new to rowing, kind of get those different angles there, which is great. But this is the next race that we have kicked off right here for the men's 4 with, I believe, Williams and RIT here.
Yep.
They're off and on the water here.
Yep, and Williams is moving out ahead.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I don't know if there'll be anything new in this race, but RIT getting its chance to get down the course. I believe RIT rode in a 3-boat race earlier today against IC and Williams.
Yep.
And Williams has several 4s. You don't know which one it is, but there you can see with a good margin even before the pedestrian bridge, which is the first mark, and that's like a fifth of the way down the course.
Right. Yeah, that gives you a good sense of the way the rest of the race will play out here.
That one of the things you sometimes look for in times that men's 4s their times will compare very closely with women's 8s, and so we had the Ithaca women who've done a 6:51, a 6:54, and we had a men's 4 from Marietta do a 6:51 early this morning. And so that can be comparable. You know, you have to be a really good 4 to stay up with those 8s. So you know the times are not always totally accurate, but that's a favorable thing. When you look at times, you can compare men's 4s with women's 8s, about similar.
Right. There you go. As this race, I mean, here you have Williams really just running away with it.
Yeah, yeah. And of course it makes a difference. Is it a good 4 or a slow 4? Is it a good 8 or a slow 8? So
right.
Yeah, they're talking about at the highest level. You look at the Olympics, the women's 8 and Olympic men's 4. They're comparable.
Right. Right. Here you go, our great drone shot from above here. Again, another shout out to all of our crew that we have working the broadcast
We
today.
got a lost spectator going the wrong way. He's got to turn that bike around and follow these boats. Yeah, the 4 is not getting quite the same spectator guidance as it.
Yes.
When you're coaching a team, I'd got a great deal of pleasure when our lower boats, the 4 or the 3v8, had a great race and won, because so much of the boathouse culture and the positive attitude within the boathouse, within the team, was formed by, obviously the best guys you put a lot of focus on. You want that first varsity 8 to be as fast as possible and all that. But are the guys at the lower end, are they positive and bringing a good vibe to the boathouse? And when they're successful in rowing the boats well, it is so important. Yes, they're going to be the future of the team. A year or 2 years down the line, those guys are going to be in the varsity races. But are they willing to put in the time, and are they having success? If you're not having success, and I told you about rowing is about being competitive.
Right.
It's awful hard to keep that positive vibe. So that you always wanted to see your third boats do well. You always wanted to see your bottom boats do well. It was a major thing that as important as the first string to keep that boathouse culture positive and moving forward.
Of course, and even as you're saying that now, I can hear energy and excitement coming from our boathouse right here.
Sure.
It sounds like we have some, the camaraderie that we've been able to see. I feel like even just, but between the times that I've been here for these events, is just all of the teams are able to really build these great connections between each other, and they also have great relationships with all the coaches as well. Always good to see.
I last week when the production was done, even the production team working together, and they took pictures and we were high-fiving and everything, and it looked like a sports team just winning a competition.
Yeah.
And working with groups and teams and doing the best you can with whatever your task is has just a lot of value in life, and a lot of value to your experiences.
And right along with that, we were talking about, Riley, who's, the captain for the Ithaca men's rowing team. I want to talk about, kind of our captain here with our broadcast that we're doing today is, Cam Strong, one of our producers who's been leading a lot of this, of course, with Jack to Nick. Cam will be rowing today. He'll be out in the water shortly. So give a special shout out to him, who is managing all this in the meantime.
Well, good for him. He was one of the guys that missed last week's race because of injury.
Correct.
So his secondary occupation is in TV production.
Yes.
He was focusing on that. Well, today he's doing both. That's great. In fact, that'll be something to look forward to. The last race
Absolutely
has an Ithaca 4 in it, so we can see pick out Cam Strong row.
For sure. Meanwhile, back to this 4 though, with Williams really just. Is there a word stronger than commanding? I mean, this is just a very strong performance from them.
Yeah, and they just have great depth throughout the program.
As we're coming to an end of this race here, you can see our drone trying to keep both of these boats in the shot, as it just shows you that the amount of water that is between these two.
Yep.
In the meantime, I do want to also talk about, talking back a little bit to your experience as well, Dan. You were talking about making the lineups of the boat, and what goes into that, but also comparing, like we've been seeing 8s and 4s in trying to come up with the breakdown for that. How much? I mean, obviously there's a lot of thought that goes into it, but how does that process kind of look to give kind of the viewers an inside look at how things happen?
Well, you train and you get to know the guys, and you got your guys that are stronger, and you got these guys who are finesse guys, and so you kind of have them organized in your head. To me, though, the first thing is to make sure I had a stroke seat.
Right.
And we saw a U of R woman in the interview there earlier on with the stroke, and she was proud of that fact that she was able to stroke the race today. The stroke seat, not everybody can do it. And it's everybody's following that person with rhythm. They're not following anybody, so they have to have a rhythm. They have to be stubborn with it. They have to hold it. They obviously have to be fit. Every rower has to be fit, but not everybody can sit in the stroke seat. And I just spent a lot of time thinking about who was going to stroke and making sure I had a stroke, finding out who my second or third best option was if someone hurt. So I always, making lineups, I started from there. All right, who's going to stroke boats? Who's going to be the stroke, and is that boat going to go okay? I know me personally, I didn't stroke very well. During the process, I rode. I was adept and I could stroke, but I never lasted more than a couple of weeks because I'd get a little shorter and I'd too much influenced by the people rowing behind me.
Yeah.
So a stroke, I wasn't stubborn enough, So I had to have someone comfortable in that seat. Once you get the stroke, the rest is pretty much it's from the book of how to row. It's like the catalog. Okay, the big strong guy is going to be at 6'5" and 4. The little guy who's got finesse, he's going to be at bow and 2. And there those things usually fell into place. Now it's not always exactly like that. And you made some changes. And we talked with Riley earlier on about guys who could row both sides. Not everybody can row on the left or right starboard port. But you had guys on your team that could row both sides, and that kind of filled in a few spots. And that's it. I start with the stroke.
There you go.
And then the other is just a catalog. It's what every coach has to, you know who your strong guys are.
Right.
3-boat race with no stake boat for lane 1. It's kind of an exhibition here, but they decided to do. They didn't have a stake boat, and this is indeed the last race of the day.
Yeah, this will be rounding everything off. Again, you said it. Strong start here. Cameron Strong sitting in that Ithaca boat.
Yeah, strong start. Here you go. Yeah, I was supposed to make the dumb jokes. All right. Then they're in lane 2, so they're in the middle, and then the lane 1 boat looks like another Williams boat. And then and that's University of Rochester on the right-hand side in the yellow shell. So we got Rochester, Williams, and Ithaca. And Ithaca's, they're getting ahead of Rochester, but maybe we could have a race between Williams and Ithaca. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll watch it all play out. Of course, as we were getting into this race, we did get some results coming from the women's 4 earlier. IC sitting at 8:40, RIT at 8:54. Meanwhile, we also had those results for the men's V4-8. In that race, Williams came to 6:24, Rochester at 6:51. But now we are continuing to watch the men's 4 here, our final race of the day, using all 3 lanes here. We have Ithaca, Rochester, and Williams all rounding out the Inlet invite here.
Yeah, and it's a good race. I mean,
absolutely.
Williams is in lane 1. We haven't seen anybody race in lane 1. Are they going to handle it well? There's some advantages to it, but they don't want to get sucked up into shore. And look at that. Ithaca,
watching it neck and neck right there. Ithaca working to try and keep in the race there.
Yeah, let's see what we can get with this. You know what? The 6:24 and 6:51 times they posted for the men's 4. That there's no way that a men's 4 rode 6:24 today. I don't think that's possible. But so that'll be interesting if they start the watch late. It's like oops, 23 seconds of the race, you start the watch and get it going. So and RIT at 6:51 for the 4, and I don't think that really happened. All right, sorry to take my attention away and to Cam's followers and others, fans of this race. We have our closest race of the day so far. They've rowed 600 meters, and they are dead even.
Yeah, look at this drone shot here. You're able to see they are just going back and forth there, maintaining an even race. Williams falling a little bit behind here.
Yeah, they had a little. They ran into that buoy. You can see the shallow spot. Yeah. That's just to keep you offshore. But that didn't seem to hurt them. They still got the little slight edge. They'll get the turn coming up. We'll see if they pop out with a couple seats on that turn. Ithaca's in the middle, though, where the flow is, and they know what the turn provides, so they're going to be ready for it.
Exactly. It's a battle here between these two teams, and it could come down to a battle of the course, as you were just saying here. Williams now maybe getting an inch or 2 ahead, but it's hard to really say from here.
Yeah, I'm looking at stroke rates, and they're just stroke for stroke. Catch, 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 catch. They're rowing the same stroke rate. Nobody's giving up a thing. Williams is winning this segment of the race. They're getting a couple of seats, but there's still big segments to go. These Ithaca guys have sniffed Williams for the first time. They're going to try to put something on them and get back into it.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Rochester is the team, as you can see, bottom right there, just caught up behind there.
Hopefully they can stay with the drone footage and we can see the rest of that race. We're not really seeing the impact of the turn. We can just see
start to see the teams up there, but hopefully, we can move our shot up a little bit because this is that key point in the race here as the course starts to bend.
Yeah, so and
there you see it right now as we're moving forward right now. They're getting awfully close to that shore, though. I'll say that.
They want to stay in a straight line. Ithaca can still get back into this.
They're
zigzagging, a little bit of serpentine. And Ithaca's not falling out. They gave up on the 2 seats happened on the turn, but Ithaca's not slowing down.
Exactly.
So they're still going the same speed.
They're keeping that
They're
pace up.
catching together. Look at the blades on both boats going into the water at the same time. They're the same pace. If either boat wants to push the rating up, it might help them give a move, but you don't want to. There's still a lot of racing to go here. They still got about 100 strokes to go in this one.
Exactly. The competitiveness here is at its peak.
Yeah.
Ithaca maintaining a good pace here. It's falling a little bit more behind as we're going under this bridge.
Yeah, they got to fight hard now not to let Williams get any more advantages. The turn at 500 to go favors Ithaca, but not as much. It's barely a seat going back the other way. Yeah, Williams is out wearing them out a little here. Let's see if Ithaca can get a big move here.
Exactly. I'm watching Williams though. There's every once in a while slowly drifting more and more to the edge of the water. You can see getting close there. But they're getting back on track, it looks like now.
I wanted to say that Williams was rowing higher, but I don't think they are. I still think they're rowing the same ratings, stroke for stroke. And Williams has a length. So that third 500 segment, they're winning. And we often say that's a critical segment of a race.
Right.
And they took that little edge off the turn and then added to it through the third 500. No turns, just straight rowing, and they're pulling away a little bit. Ithaca's got to mount a charge.
Yeah, Ithaca needs to move into overdrive really here.
Yep.
But again, lane 1, Ithaca could be, when you're talking about the layout of the course, we're going to start to see Ithaca maybe starting to get that little bit of a seat up, as you mentioned earlier. But really here,
it didn't happen.
It didn't.
Maybe it did happen, but there's still enough of a.
The amount of water between just wasn't a.
Now they got the Cox has got to pull a straight course, and they got to execute a sprint. Let's see if they who brings the rating up.
Watching now as it all comes down. Look at the two teams.
This is a good shot here.
Beautiful here.
And there's Cam Strong.
There's Cam Strong sitting right there.
He's stroking the boat. He's the guy with the beard. He's our producer for this show, and he's fighting hard. Yeah, they've cut the lead a little bit. Cut the lead a little bit, so now we've got closed water. It's no longer open.
Exactly.
And they're rowing stroke for stroke. Ithaca's rowing just a shade higher. Ithaca is rowing higher to try to punch back in it.
They're heating up the engines here.
This is going to be tough to overcome. It's still a length lead. If Williams makes a mistake, certainly Ithaca can win. But if Williams holds, they're still in position. Nice comeback by Ithaca, though. They are closed the water, and Williams might make one more push with their rating and bring it up.
Right.
But connected with the strokes, this is the race that the Williams guys were looking for and the Ithaca guys were looking for.
Absolutely. Watching, you can see great.
Yeah,
two boats
they
going
know
along.
they can hear it. They can't quite see it. Whoever's rowing bow, Cam certainly cannot see the opponent.
Right.
And he's got to trust what the coxswain's saying. And they've held on to this length lead long enough. I think they're going to win, but they didn't do themselves any favors getting so close to the shore.
Exactly.
It could have been out a little bit, but they've stayed relatively straight and haven't serpentined or zigzagged too much. Now they're making a push for the line, and there Williams is going to cross first.
There you go. You see the flag on the side.
Just went down, and it's going up. So they won by a boat length.
But a very competitive race overall.
Yeah, that was good. That's good. That's a good race. That's guys on both sides. Honestly, well, I don't know how honest it is. The athletes would prefer to win a close race than a race that's, easy, 30 seconds like we've seen today because they get something out of it.
There you can see Cam cheering to the drone up there. They're got the teams waving. Everybody's saying hello.
Yeah.
Nice shout out there. I want to give Cam another shout out too, not only for being our producer. Cam and I have been friends for a while now. He's the one that got me to do the broadcast. It's been a great time. So I just want to give him a special shout out for all the work that he's put into this. It's been great. You can see them cheering along there in that boat. Great to see here.
The three-man was exhausted. He just slumped. He flopped backwards. And the bowman, though, was obviously thought they had a good performance.
There you go. It looks like that was our last scheduled race for the day here, ending on that, using all three lanes that we could here. An exciting finish for the day, I'd say.
Yeah, that was the best finish. We could see Ithaca involved. And there's University of Rochester crossing the line. It was good to see a close race, and it makes you hungry for a few more. Now I'm not ready to end. About 4 races ago, I was ready for
I'm ready for more. Yeah, we got to keep it going.
You saved the best for last. Okay, throw out a few more that are going to be close like that.
Hey, we got results now, though, so we can talk about this here for a little while.
Yeah, that's a different one. All right,
Williams College and Marietta here. About a 10-second difference with Williams sitting at 6:44, Marietta at 6:55. We'll be seeing how this compares to previous races.
Those are quick times for 4s. That the water settled down and there's enough headwind to help. But anything in the 6s for 4s is good.
Mm-hmm.
If there were 4s from the varsity athletes, 6:30s would be terrific. So that's the other 4 that Williams won, 6:48.
6:48 for Williams, up to 7:47 for RIT. So almost about a minute there difference for those.
Yeah,
those
we
two
saw
teams.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Where did we get that 6:24, 6:51 time? Was that an 8 race that we missed? I don't know what that.
I'm looking at the sheet here now. We got some.
Yeah, those times reflected 8s rather than the 4. But anyways.
Yeah. Regardless, though, it's been an exciting day here. A lot of fun for the teams. We're going to have scores for that last race coming in very shortly. But, Dan, I want to give you a shout-out right now. We've been doing this broadcast today. I jumped in here for the second half. You've been doing this for a longer time than I have been. You're working with Riley earlier and everything. So shout-out to you for keeping this going.
Yeah, it's easy work. I gotta be called a coward again by one of the referees because I stayed indoors. So, he said, "You're a coward," So here I am doing the games, but indoors. But yeah, this is a blast. I'm sorry we don't have any more home races, but I'm glad Cam Strong and his production team got me involved, and this was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I just want to say personally, thank you very much. I've learned a lot, leading up to this, but also just from your expertise here and the stories that you've been able to tell. You've really been able to enrich our broadcast. So I want to personally just say thank you for everything you've done to help me along here and help all of our viewers at home.
You're welcome.
So thank you. Like we said, though.
My pleasure.
Yes, thank you. Like we said, we'll be getting those races in. But I want to take this time once more to shout out some of our seniors. Oh, wait, before I do that, though, let's take a look at these results for that last race that we just had, the men's 4. Williams College coming in at 7:11. Ithaca College at 7:14. 3 seconds. 3-second race there.
That was the length, and those would be times I would expect. Those couple earlier 4s that broke 7, those were really fast times.
Absolutely. University of Rochester coming in at 8:18, just about a minute after Ithaca was able to cross that finish line there. But yeah, I want to take some time as well to give a shout out once again to the seniors that we had, as it's Ithaca's Seniors Day, just to go through the senior roster that are members of the IC rowing team. We have Riley Maynard, we have Miles Keniston, we have Griffin Hunt, Caleb Grassi, Caroline Grass, Jonah Alaflentis. Beyond that, we have Zoe Paradis Stern, Maggie Farber, Ashley Bailey, Lily Babcock, Caroline Hoskins, and we also have 2 grad students on the team, Wesley Hoagland and Emma Hamill. Big shout out to all of them for the effort that they've put in over their time here at Ithaca College, and especially for all the rowers who are out on the water today, putting in the hard work. Dan, any words for the seniors today?
Well, the seniors were my last class, so when I retired in 22, Griff, Miles, Caleb, Jonah, and Riley were all freshmen on the team.
Right.
So I'm kind of saddened that they're not going to be around anymore. I'm just going to have to keep coming to the boathouse and bug Coach Stengel and introduce me to the new guys, and watch what I can. But this is fun. Senior Day is emotional for everybody, including me.
Yeah, and speaking on that too, Coach Stengel said we'd asked him anyone that he wanted to shout out, and he said all the seniors, talking about Caroline, Miles, Riley, Griffin, Jonah, and Caleb, who we've said what he said earlier. Once a bomber, always a bomber. Just wanted to bring up what he said again earlier. But that will come to a close here for the Inlet invite today. I want to give a shout out and thank you to all of our people that we had working production, our drone squad as well, for getting those fantastic shots on the water. Thank you to our control room crew for getting everything set up. Of course, shout out to our shoreline reporter Carly, getting all the interviews throughout the day. It was a great day here on the Cayuga Inlet. Dan, thank you, of course, for leading this with me and for leading all day. And shout out to Riley as well for doing the first half of this broadcast.
Congratulations to Coach Beth Green and her 2 home weekends in her first year coaching varsity women. and they couldn't be much more successful. They've had terrific victories. They're 4-0, and the Ithaca women's crew is good to go.
There you go. That'll do it then for us today. Thank you all for tuning in and watching, and have a wonderful rest of your day.